gonna go play my remaster down by the river. Hector, it's nuts, man. Yesterday afternoon, so I had to go out with Chris to go to the vet yesterday after I published that video. And I came back and the comments were nuts. What's really surprising to me is the amount of people on Twitter X who have literally made comments that I'm dropping everything tomorrow, the 22nd. I'm dropping everything tomorrow, and I'm going to stream the Oblivion remaster tomorrow. Dude, it hasn't even been announced. All we know is that is that Bethesda is making an announcement tomorrow. Why would you base your schedule around something that's not even real yet? Like, I understand that there is something coming today about Bethesda. I understand. Like, we're gonna know something here in about, I don't have my phone in front of me right now to tell me what time it is. Like 5 hours? It's not, I guarantee you. Here's my take on it. This is the funniest thing ever. Yeah, we're like 5.5 hours away still. Bethesda has a major release happening in like 3 weeks. Doom: The Dark Ages. I seriously doubt, given all the millions that they have spent on the marketing campaigns for Doom: The Dark Ages, I seriously doubt they are going to jeopardize the launch of Doom: The Dark Ages by shadow dropping an Elder Scrolls game 3 weeks before Doom: The Dark Ages. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. If I had to guess, today is going to be an announcement. It's going to be a trailer, and it's going to be a discussion. Like, it's going to be like one of those videos where they go around the studio and they interview. Have you guys, like, those of you who are familiar with Bethesda, like the Starfield stuff, the way they do it is they'll do a trailer, and then they'll have probably bits of gameplay, and they will go around and discuss with members of the team in the office. And then it's going to show all that, and then it's going to have a release date. I guarantee that's going to happen, and we'll probably be able to start pre-ordering today. Now, for those of us who are on Xbox, it'll be a day one because it's a first-party studio now. But I would bet money that it does not shadow drop today, just like it didn't shadow drop yesterday. Just like all the grifter bots, it's shadow dropping. It's coming the 21st. You know what? The funny thing to me was yesterday, all the people backtracking in my YouTube video, all the comments who were like, "No one ever said it was launching the 21st. They just said the week of the 21st. They said the week of the no." You need to go watch the grifters that you guys claim that you got the information from. I don't care. I don't have time to play it anyway if it shadow drops tomorrow. Ooh, what is up with the choppy frames? I may need to restart the game. Something's going on. Let's restart that. Anyway, nothing has been confirmed other than Bethesda has an announcement regarding something with the number Roman numeral 4 on it to happening today at 9 o'clock. Which, yes, I would assume is an Elder Scrolls 4 announcement. But for all we know, it could mean that they're bringing Oblivion to Elder Scrolls Online. However, I don't think that that's necessarily probably true because they just did the big Elder Scrolls. They did the big Elder Scrolls stream like 2 weeks ago, and if they were going to bring Oblivion to Elder Scrolls, they probably would have announced it then. So yes, this is more than likely an Elder Scrolls Oblivion related announcement happening today. But we don't know. They could be announcing they could be announcing a mobile version of the game. They could be announcing a mobile version, a VR version. They could be announcing a television show based around Oblivion. We just don't know. Yeah, Dribom, I would assume the pre-orders will be like 6 months out for sure. Bethesda doesn't have any other releases happening this year that I'm aware of outside of Doom: The Dark Ages, so it would make sense for them to make that release happen in the fall. That way they give Doom: The Dark Ages legs to run and make its money back and generate a profit. And then once they're done with the Doom: The Dark Ages, okay, now it's time for Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remake. That's what my money would be. But I like to wait until the news is actually here before I... Especially the people who are like, I'm going to be streaming this tomorrow. Why? Why would you base your streaming schedule around a rumor? I know, Hector. That's exactly what it is. All those big streamers, they've got those big YouTube channels. They know way more than I do, so that's why they're big YouTube channels.
All I wanted was to play.
I'm turning the cloud sync save off because I tell you what, I am noticing some frame rate stuff today, and it keeps giving me the save issue. I don't know what's going on.
My dagger-happy friend, what troubles you?
Not what I meant to do. I meant to click on the Githyanki Warrior. Nothing.
Boo! I scared you! I saw it! Nobody beats me at hide and seek.
Though shrouded in shadows, the child's resemblance to Daniel is unmistakable. This must be his dark half, warped by the curse.
Will you play with me?
You need to reunite with Daniel.
Spoil sport. I'm not going back. I like it here. I've made a family for myself. I get to play all the time.
Like it or not, you don't belong here.
Yes, I do. You can't make me do anything. I don't want to play with you anymore.
He's scarpered. We'd better track him down if the shadows don't stop us first.
Dad's axe. Thanks, JK. Appreciate it. Yeah, I definitely want to check it out. Ooh. Also, I can tease that. I can't say anything yet, but I know something about a certain beta weekend that's going to be happening in May for a certain game that takes place in the sand. I can't say when yet, but I know when now. I could say when soon. Alright, I remember this vaguely, and I remember we just need to go hammer on that damage shield until it drops.
This will do nicely.
Another fight. Let's go. What path lies before me?
You should have just left me alone.
Oh shit, somebody just got put to sleep.
I'll make my own fun if I have to. And my own friends. Stop that! This is insane! Not breaking things!
Time to move.
No choice but to keep going. With haste.
Oh god damn it, he slept Karlak again. I'm gonna have to get rid of those guys.
Want to play? Let me show you my favorite toy.
Fluffy. Giant frickin' shadow owl there. Damn it, I really need to get Karlak up.
Can't strike fast. You can eat.
Fuck it. Sorry, Karlak.
Time to push my luck again.
Yeah, the Crimson Fleet questline is fun from Hector. I like it. Starfield's a great game.
Why are you doing this? All I wanted to do was play. Why couldn't you just leave me alone? Why can't I just stay here playing? I had everything I've ever wanted, right here. And you've ruined it. I'm not leaving. You can't make me.
You don't have to leave. All you have to do is lend Nathaniel your strength. Actually, you know what? You have it. You know about what you need. Nathaniel, he's your friend, your kin. He's you.
Nothing to me. He left me here all this time. I had to do everything for myself. Even when it was scary. Even when I was alone. I didn't give up.
You were brave and resourceful. Think of how much you'll be able to help
But
Nathaniel.
would he even want me back? I've changed. A lot.
Of course he will. Change is what growing up is all about.
So I wouldn't have to make up friends to play with anymore. I'd have someone real. I'd like that. And he would too, I think. All right, I'll do it. I want to do it. Bye. And thank you for playing with me.
Shown Selûnite armor. Is there any god that turncoat?
Something over there. Was that a click I heard? There's something about these plaques. All right. Something over there.
Yeah, but what else? There's only 3 of them. don't know. I may have to look this up really quick. I am going to look this up really quick. I don't know this puzzle. This is a statue of Ketheric Thorm, right? Hmm. I don't know if it resets or not, though.
What was that?
I don't know what was what. Oh shit.
The curse has no effect here. What is this place?
Yeah, what is this place? Better quick save. Oh, this has got to be something about Shar. Look at all the statues. More plaques.
Do you accept Shar's test of your intellect?
I remember doing a Shar test somewhere where there were like shadows we had to get around and use invisibility. I don't remember this. Is it this place though? This is something different, I think.
Pulse of energy race up your spine, and a strange sensation of acceptance.
Shit, do I want Shar's blessing on my character? I may reload. Hold up. So that's just until a long rest. Okay.
Do you think yourself wise enough to be granted Shar's blessing?
Oh, it's different, Ribam? Okay. Yeah, the gauntlets, that's what I was remembering. Blueface was the gauntlet.
A warm swell rises through you. Acceptance. You are worthy. Are you bold of heart and sharp of tongue? Can you turn any and all to the Dark Lady's cause? Confidence surges through you.
Oh, that opened up a door.
Keep it together.
An altar to Shar. It appears to seek prey and a blood offering. Your blood.
The dagger won't be missed. Let's take it. Indiana Jones style. Oh, that's brilliant. What did we get? Oh, charismatic sentinels. Okay. And all my 4th level spells are down. This is gonna be fun.
Let's have some fun.
These guys are probably gonna have all sorts of resists. I'm gonna need to go for that spellcaster first.
Ready.
Shit, my radiant spells are down. This is gonna be fun.
Have to keep going.
Let's cook with fire, baby.
Let's turn someone inside out. Let's move.
Got to focus.
Watch this.
Oh, he cast Spirit Guardians on me.
Breathe deep and move.
Let's have some courage.
shall indeed, Astarion. I think we can just go back to the camp after this and talk to Halsin. Alright, we're at a different camp. I gotta go find where Halsin's at.
The druid Halsin spoke to me while I was sleeping. He spoke of you. Said that you fought shadow and spite to restore me. 100 years of sickness almost ended. I feel every root that riddles the earth beginning to unfold. But there is one anchor, still holding the shadows in place. The soul that brought it into being, for the land to heal. Ketheric Thorm must die. Ketheric's soul still nourishes the shadows.
Well, you're not gonna tell me more about how to kill him?
Thaniel rests well. He's healing very rapidly, now that Oliver has returned to him.
What happened to Oliver exactly? Did Thaniel absorb him?
No more than my right hand can absorb my left. Oliver is helping Thaniel to recover. They both lie dormant, like trees awaiting spring. Once the curse is lifted, they can stand as one or as a pair. Whatever they wish. I hope they will remain as a pair. It will be good for them both to have a friend, once I'm gone. Still, I would like to return here someday. See Thaniel and Oliver again. In my meditations, or perhaps in person, if the Oak Father wills it. I hope he does.
Glad I could help.
I knew I could put my faith in you. If only we had met sooner.
That's a big dungeon too, Queen Blueface, the whole Shar's Gauntlet thing.
Darling?
Alright, how about I'm ready to go get my own more coffee. I will be right back with more go juice. Can we go back? I wonder to the Last Light Inn. I'm not sure what we need to do next.
I wish we gave up. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jaheira to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
That's why we're still standing around.
You know, here's something I can't remember. I can't remember if we need to do the Gauntlet before we do the towers. I think we do, because isn't the Gauntlet where we find the Night Song? And then we free the Night Song, and then that's what triggers Ketheric Thorm being vulnerable? Fuck, I can't remember. I don't remember what order I did it in with my druid. That's a good point, Dribrum. I hadn't thought about that. You don't have to worry about spoilers, Redbeard. I've played this before. I did a full playthrough when it first came out. It's just been almost 2 years, so I don't really remember. I can't remember if my druid went. I'm pretty sure my druid, because now that Dribrum said the whole thing about being able to buy things, I'm pretty sure my druid went to the tower first as well, because I remember being able to like talk to the NPCs and stuff.
That's curious.
I just remember there's something about the Night Song that's tied to his vulnerability. And I can't remember if we... That's the part I'm vague on. I don't remember when we went and freed the Night Song and went and did the Gauntlet.
Desperate prayers to Selûne echoing from the past.
Oh, this is where we were earlier.
They
This is
did not save him.
Copy that, Red.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jaheira to come up with one.
I don't.
Alright, looks like we're off to the tower.
That's why we're still standing around.
Man, I definitely don't know what's going on this morning. I feel like there's some performance issues going on. Maybe it's just my brain is tired. But I feel like there's some choppiness that wasn't here yesterday. And I restarted the game, and I might need to restart the Xbox. I don't know if there's something going on. Could just be my tired eyes. Jacob Sellers asks, any tips for the game? Yep. Go down into the links below. You're going to find a playlist. Follow the links to that playlist. The This is my second playthrough. What you're looking for is going over to the YouTube channel and you want to find my main Baldur's Gate 3 playlist, which has several hundred videos in it from when the game launched. There's probably 150 guides that I did for this game. So, oh yeah, I have tons of guides and tips for this game.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Okay. How did you die?
Unslaked hunger, unquenched thirst.
I can tell you what he died from. He died from listening to the myths and legends about a supposed shadow drop that was happening here, and he came over here foolishly and then died of unslaked hunger and unquenchable thirst with the thing that the grifters promised him never actually came to pass, and so he starved to death. That's literally what happened.
True soul of the Absolute.
See you, Red Wolf.
Corbel is my name.
Have a good day at work.
Trapped shadow mastiffs, repels them with flame.
Sounds like the Mastiffs are still here, beyond the light.
Spell. Continual flame. Destroy torches. The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
I know that was a typo, Dribrom, but it makes me laugh because I'm just thinking about what if Van Helsing existed in this game. That would be the perfect person to fight the Shadow Curse. Makes me want to go watch Hugh Jackman's Van Helsing movie again. It's such a fun film. That's a fun popcorn movie.
Blood follows me everywhere.
Wait, did I still have the light spell on me? It's not showing up on my buffs. Huh. But you know what drops tonight, everybody? And it's not a shadow drop, it's a legitimate thing that's been confirmed for months. Star Wars Andor Season 2. So this evening, I may try to watch the first episode tonight, but they come out rather late. I'm usually in bed by the time they come out, so if I don't get the first episode watched tonight, I'm definitely going to be watching all 3 of those tomorrow and getting the reviews out tomorrow. Yeah, it'll probably be tomorrow for me too, Dribrum, because I'll probably be too tired tonight. Depends on if I take a nap this afternoon. Oh, poor Astarion's gonna run off into the woods and get eaten alive. Do not get yeeted off into oblivion, my dear. Oh, it's looking for me. Oh, I just did the hidden presence. I don't think it detected me. Oh, it did. I have been seen. Dude, Astarion is still feared. Poor guy.
Shall we dance?
Yoink.
Can't concentrate.
Let's spill some blood while they're distracted with finesse.
Let's finish this.
Time for a cup.
There we go. Yeah, I showed Chris a trailer last night for Andor, and she's like, "Wait, this has Diego Luna in it? How come I didn't watch the first season?" And I was like, "Cause you don't. Normally, you're not a huge fan of Star Wars. Like, she'll watch Star Wars with me when I ask her to, and if she's not got anything else going on. But she was busy when the first season of Andor came out, and I told her I was gonna be watching Andor season 2 without her, and she's like, "That's not fair." I was like, "I don't have time to get caught up on season 1 in one day with you, honey." So, what we're gonna be doing is I'm gonna be downloading season 1 of Andor, getting that prepped and ready, and we're gonna go watch season 1 of Andor, probably while we're in the waiting room at physical therapy or something. We're gonna try to watch it over the next few days and get her up to speed on season 1 of Andor so that she can be up to speed for season 2. We'll see. Because the only show we're watching together right now is Last of Us. I'd like to do Mobland, but we're waiting until Mobland is completely finished because I don't like to wait. I don't want to do weeklies. How is the game? Asks Hedgehog. I don't know. You might think that the fact that it won every single award that it was nominated for, and every single Game of the Year award in 2023, it might be an indication of how the game is. That might be an indication. I'm just saying. Maybe, just maybe, all of those Game of the Year awards actually mean something.
Crates and caravans. The town tollhouse, surely.
Well, let's hope whoever abandoned it left their valuables behind.
Oh, is this the Coin Master fight?
Hauliers and merchants wanted. Sail the silvery seas, gaze upon the gate. No experience required.
Oh, there's a haunted skull over there floating around.
We're close. I can feel it.
I'm gonna do a hard save here.
Its power is strong here.
That's far enough.
His thoughts invade your own, probing for purchase. Your parasite purrs in recognition.
My apologies. Welcome back, true soul. What news?
What news indeed. That's for your superiors to know.
Right enough.
You'll find Z'rell in the audience chamber, true soul. She'll be wanting to hear from you.
Well then, let's not keep her waiting.
Praise the Absolute.
All right.
There can be no doubt. This is the place. This is where we'll discover the secret of the Absolute.
Another true soul. The disciple will want to see you. Through the main doors.
Threads in her design.
Even those we once called monsters.
Well, Flo didn't tell a lie. She said you'd find me, and here you are. Karlach, isn't it?
Now there's a name I'd hope never to hear again. What was Flo doing here?
Didn't think to quiz her about her business.
Who's Flo?
Florenta the Garotta. A Cambion I knew back in Avernus. She was the closest thing I had to a friend. That said, she would have choked the life out of me if I ever turned my back on her. The fact that she knows where I am, where I might be going, doesn't exactly delight me.
Copy that.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that. What did she want, anyway?
She came dressed as a novice. Gave me 3 soul coins. Said I could sell them if I wanted. But if I kept them for you, she'd consider it a favor owed.
Soul coins, huh? This could come in handy.
Sure. But she did have a condition. For every coin you take, you've got to hear the story of the soul trapped inside.
There you have it. Flo came all this way just to try to make me feel like shit. Clever use of her time. Memorized a bunch of sad stories on her behalf, did you?
Didn't need to. Your Flo did some devil woo-woo and stuck him in my head.
Devil woo-woo.
Couldn't forget now if I wanted to. Do you want the coins or not?
All right, suit yourself. Have a trade or whatever. Then, let's get out of here.
She said Karlach might say that. And she said to let her have it her own way. You can take a look at the rest of my lot if you like. Got good weapons in search of a worthy wielder.
That's probably going to be worth buying, but holy shit, he wants 2,300 for it. And I only have 484 gold. Nah, he doesn't really have anything. I can sell a bunch of these rings, though. Is he even wearing rings? I should probably check it before I sell these rings, because I don't know if we're actually wearing rings or not. Oh yeah, the halberd is definitely worth getting. I don't have 2,000 gold to do it. So probably what'll end up happening is when I come in here and slaughter this place, I will then get it off of his cold dead corpse.
Better hope you can handle what I've got.
I don't know that I can.
If you have coin, then show it.
To think the absolute grace is such a creature as that.
We are each of us threads in her design. Even those we once called monsters.
A new face come to bask in the light of the Absolute. How can I be of service, true soul?
Oh, and you've got spells and goodies. What I really need is some armor for Astarion. Oh, he's got a hat, a marksmanship hat. That is probably going to be worth purchasing. Yeah, that'll be worth it for Astarion. For now. And now I'm broke.
An honor, true soul.
But I finally got an upgrade for Astarion. That's important.
These are our allies.
Of many thoughts now. One
Handle
line.
the diplomacy. You just keep looking pretty.
Oh, that looks good. That looks really good. All right, where did those rings go? Because he's not wearing any rings. So let's.
To stand this close to her power. I never thought I'd make it.
I wouldn't have if not for the Lantern Bearer. To think the absolute grace is such a creature as that.
We are each of us threads in her design.
Ash and meat.
Even those we once called monsters.
All right, well I'm flat broke now, so. We hope that when we come back here and slaughter this entire encampment, I can get the halberd from that guy.
How close we are to the conclusion. We did as we was told, General. Followed every order.
The facts suggest otherwise. You were ordered to retrieve the artifact. You failed to do so.
Us? No, it was Minfara. She got the orders. She...
Enough!
A blast of mental energy washes over you, filling the room. Your tadpole squirms, urging you to obey.
You failed to retrieve the artifact. You failed to protect your true soul. You do not deserve to live.
Keep silent and keep watching.
Mercy, General! Please!
General Thorm?
Let our newest arrival speak. You have seen what these creatures are capable of, and you have seen their inadequacies, isn't that so? What is your judgment?
You know I'm loyal! Tell him!
Enough! True soul, tell the General how the goblins served our cause.
It would be suicide to attack them right here. They're faithful soldiers. You should set them free.
See? What'd I tell ya? Praise the Absolute.
Faith without action is anemic, sickly, in a word, useless. We are too close to the ending and the new beginning. I can coddle failure no longer. Kill them, quickly.
What? No! You creaking old bag of shit!
Nope, I do not use mods.
I'm so sorry, my lord. She's an unbeliever outside my control.
Mic drop.
Try again.
No.
Bye-bye.
Dispose of the rest as you see fit. Or better yet, let us take advantage of our surprising guest and their particular creative genius. I'm sure the results will send a clear message to the troops on the importance of discipline.
Of course, my lord. Thank you. You heard the General. The goblins are yours. Deal with them however you wish.
I'm allowed to do anything.
They are yours. You can release them, kill them, or feed them to each other for all I care. Just deal with them. Here in the seat of the Absolute's power, your authority over them is complete. They will obey any command. Report to me upstairs when you're done.
Please! You gotta help me! For old time's sake!
For old time's sake. Put aside your torments and free them.
Oh, praise the Absolute! And praise her true soul!
Your merciful streak will be the death of us one day. Let's hope Zarel won't be too angry.
In another lifetime, you were greeted in this throne room like a god.
In this throne room?
Living wreck you are now.
Oh.
Your disgrace has something to do with this Ketheric. You yearn to flay him until he forgets himself, as you have.
Oh shit, so the Dark Urge has something to do with Ketheric. Grind your teeth, grit your teeth and ignore the feeling. Making it seem will answer your questions.
With difficulty, you banish the pooling evil that bewitches your quivering limbs. Perhaps parts of you were scattered in this spire. Time to knit yourself together.
The seat of the Absolute's power, occupied by a general that cannot be killed. But his followers are flesh and blood. We must learn what fuels his power. General Thorm's prayers and preparations must not be disturbed. The rooftop is off limits to everyone.
Even you, Disciples Realm?
Everyone. Keep watch and ensure that nobody passes. Excellent timing, true soul. The goblins. Tell me how they suffered. No, better yet, show me.
Her mind enters yours abruptly, flickering across your memories in a blaze of excitement. She sees the goblins walking free, and a burning rage fans across your mind like wildfire.
Explain yourself.
You said I could do whatever I wanted with them, so I did.
I didn't expect you to do that. I was hoping you'd be able to help with something more important, but you're only fit to muck out the jail cells.
Show some respect.
That won't keep my blade from your throat if you continue to disappoint me. Let's see if there's anything interesting in this brain of yours.
She parts the folds of your mind again, touching your wants and hopes, tasting them. Every emotion soaks into her mind's palate. But there is purpose to her exploration. She is searching for proof of your faith.
I just distract
Caution. Hesitation. You fear power even when it's offered freely. Would you waste the Absolute's gifts as well? I have already been blessed to stand in her presence. It was bliss. She gave me everything I wanted.
So show me.
Why not? What's the point in power if you don't get to have a little fun every now and again? She gave me the power to cut the thread of life with a thought.
Right.
But I can caress as well as cut. That's why you should stay on my good side. And the best way to do that is to serve General Thorm. I have a mission for you.
That's it. Play along. The closer you can get to the General, the closer you'll be to the answers you seek.
Alright, I live to serve.
There is a relic that General Thorm requires. He sent his most trusted advisor, disciple Balthazar, to retrieve it. The relic is beneath the Thorm family mausoleum. That is where you will find Balthazar. But we have lost contact with him. Go there, aid Balthazar if you can, and bring the relic home.
Okay, what exactly was the relic?
It is something that General Thorm desires, and that he has ordered us to retrieve. That is all you need to know.
Oh, I failed a perception check. You said you lost contact?
And I accompanied him. It was destroyed shortly after he left Moonrise. Hardly a surprise. We're protected here, but outside the shadows are hungry.
What if Balthazar's dead?
Death would not silence Balthazar for long. But dead or alive, he is lost. Whatever has become of him, it is the relic that matters. The shadows around the mausoleum are deep and hungry. You'll need a moon lantern to survive them. Take one from Balthazar's chambers. But don't pry. The last person who snooped into his secrets lost their head. I believe he uses it as a chamber pot.
It is not your time yet, Blessed One. The rooftop chapel is reserved for the General's private contemplation, save for those he chooses to ascend.
This must be the place. We have to get inside.
How is one chosen to ascend?
I'm sure you have done a great many things to get this far, true soul. But above, you will stand in her very presence. Such an honor requires more. Disciples Rel has given you a chance to earn that honor.
I did do a quick save before I came up here.
Tadpole grasps at nothing. She carries no parasite. And you've spent too long reading people not to see what's behind her eyes. Scorn, stark behind her mask of deference.
As you see, true soul, there is so much more for you to learn.
Well, I'm looking for something in here. A lantern, I believe. That goes outside. All right, we should. This is going to be interesting. I bet, but we're going to trigger traps.
Well, hello. Should be easy.
Ooh, what is this? What's up, Sanjo?
Let's get going.
What's that?
Don't touch me. A crooked touch.
Oh shit, I failed on that? Okay. No, that's not gonna work. So a 31 failed. I bet I need a nat 20. What if I could use a knock spell? Try one more here. Yeah.
Is that blood? No. Never mind.
Please tell me I learned to knock somewhere. Hey, I've been there. Sanzo, like, I hated working construction, every moment of it, but the big thing was just finding a way to put all that
Even stripped of flesh,
money
the Warhound
that I
is
earned
formidable.
towards things that I wanted to pursue and
Spectral
eventually
eyes
break
meet
away.
yours as it growls a challenge. And then it hesitates, gleaming muzzle sampling your scent as if in recognition.
Oh, animal handling. Let's do performance. Stay still and let it sniff you. Let's try a performance roll. Woo! Nat 20.
The dog relaxes, as if reassured by your observance of protocol. It turns away and utterly ignores you, as it would any lowly foot soldier.
What's that?
What's up, Jack?
Let's see what this does.
Yeah, my last contract, on that note, Sanjo, the last contract I did, I actually wasn't even on contract. They had moved me from a contract. I had worked with them on a contract position for 2 years, then I moved into a salaried position. It was a startup, and I had
Etheric's been studying something called the Apostle.
Apostle, which god?
But of which god?
I was supposed to go become their director of marketing as they got bigger. And they got bought out by investors, and the investors said, we don't want a 40-year-old white dude. We want a young, malleable female and or diverse hire. We want a diversity hire. And so I got the boot, and that's when I said, you know what, I'm done. Like, I mean, I had a good run as a freelancer. I did a lot of cool contracts over the years. I've been self-employed since I was 20. I had a construction company for years, and then I moved into the travel industry, and then freelancing as a writer and all that other stuff. But then doing a bunch of freelance contracts for marketing. But the problem with like all the startups over the last 10 years was that you work 2-3 years for a company. There's no brand loyalty. No one's loyal to you. And every year, as you go up in age and experience, the competition goes down in age. And they're always looking for somebody who can do your job, but who's going to do it for less money, even though they're not nearly as experienced. And I'm so glad that I was able to actually get out of that. But at some point, I have no idea. You know, everybody has different situations, but that's why Chris and I moved out in the middle of nowhere. Exactly, Hector. It's wage slavery and ageism. That's the way the system is set up. The system. George Carlin has some great stuff from the 70s that is so fucking relevant to today in the way that the system is. Slavery never went anywhere. It still exists. We're still the same feudal system that's been around for thousands of years. And it's really hard to break free of that. Right, JK. Companies want you to be loyal, to devote everything, and then as soon as they can find a way to get rid of you, they will. There is no such thing as loyalty anymore. So my recommendation to everybody is that if you can afford to, you just got to get out. You got to find a way to get out. And that's not as easy as it sounds. But like, you know, I get a lot of people who see my homestead channel with Chris. We'll get a lot of people who make fun of that and say, oh, you only have half an acre. Oh, your house looks like shit. Oh, you don't have light fixtures. Oh, you're living in poverty. And it's like, no, we're not. I paid $10,000 cash for this place. $10,000 cash. I have a roof over my head, 2 internet connections, an air-conditioned office, and a plot of land where I have my own chickens for meat and eggs, and now we have ducks. One of the ducks is brooding. We're about to have a batch. She has like 15 eggs. I have 7 cats. Like, and I was able to purchase all of that for 10,000 cash, and then we furnished it for about 5,000 in cash, and then probably put another 5,000 into renovations and like getting, you know, the electrical redone and all the stuff we had to do to make it, you know, at least livable. So we're $20,000 into this place at this point. I would like to think that everybody out there, everybody, can come up with, you know, $10,000 to $15,000 somehow. That might sound like an insurmountable figure, but I promise you it's not. And if you look hard enough, there are plenty of places around the world where you can find a plot of land for $5,000. You can go get a camper or a Winnebago or a caravan or something, stick the caravan on that $5,000 plot of land, get a Starlink internet connection, and then figure out a way to make money online, and you'll be fine. I mean, anybody can do that. But it does require sacrifice, and that's the hardest thing, because a lot of people are in situations where they can't. Like I said, I don't know Hector. I don't know or not Hector. Sorry, Sanjo. I don't know Sanjo's exact situation, but like a lot of people, you know, have kids. It's not. It makes it more difficult if you have kids, and if you have school debt. You know, there's all these things. But I shared this a couple weeks back. One of the guys that I've loved, yeah, see, that makes it trickier when you've got kids. That's a little trickier. But I mean, I've got a good example of this is they were students of mine back when I was still running courses. Her and her husband, he was working remote as an IT guy, and she was doing travel blogging and trying to get her travel blog going. So she came and took classes with me. And I met her and her family through the classes. And then she went off from there, and her family left Texas. They sold all their shit, left Texas, went to the island of Cozumel in Mexico, which is off the coast of Playa del Carmen, and they lived there for like a year and a half with the kids. And then they bought an SUV in Mexico and started traveling around Mexico in the back of an SUV with their kids while he was working remote. And their cost of living went from like $4,000 a month down to like $1,500 a month. And their kids were getting to have this amazing education on the road, homeschooled, you know, living life, learning Spanish, getting an appreciation for another culture, and they cut their costs by half, you know. Now, that's not necessarily feasible for everybody. But I promise you there are solutions. But it is hard to see those solutions when you're being shit on every single day. I totally get that. I get it. Like, I don't want to say that I'm blessed to be in the position I'm in, because I've busted my ass to get to this place, and I've been through a lot of shit. But at the same time, retrospect, I wish that I would have tried harder sooner to get out from underneath it all. I lost a brother to suicide because he was in the system and ended up at 30 years of age with $600,000 in debt, lost his job in the banking industry, and was told, you're not going to find another job because we can find 17-year-old kids who are willing to do your job for a fraction of what you cost us because you're the vice president of commercial lending at 30 years of age. No one wants you. You're too expensive. And so he was 30 years old, out of a job. Banking industry had crashed. He had $600,000 in debt, and he unalived himself. You know, so I get it. I know, even if it's not, that wasn't my story, I definitely went through a lot of stuff differently. But the whole system is designed to keep you a slave. So all I will say, this is for Sanjo or anybody, is you got to find something that you can use as a beacon. What's up, Thandar? You got to have a beacon, and I don't know what it is. It's different for everybody. I get asked a lot, like, how do I stay motivated? And for me, it's never been an option. So we're gonna pause for a minute, guys. This is a really good conversation. So my brother, I have another brother who's younger than me, and he has a very successful cattle ranch right now. But him and his wife are in a very interesting situation because they worked their asses off for like 7 years, and my brother has been through some shit. My younger brother has been through some shit. He went through a bunch of lies that my father gave him about, oh, we're gonna give you the ranch and all this other stuff, and he worked for years for my dad for basically nothing, thinking that he was gonna get the family ranch as his inheritance, only for my dad at the end of like a 6-year unpaid internship to say, oh, well, actually, I'm not going to give you the ranch. I want you to buy the ranch from me, and I'm going to use that money to go retire somewhere. And my brother was like, the fuck you are? And so he went off with his wife, and they formed their own enterprise. And he and I have had some very, very deep conversations over the years because they have 2 operations. They have an operation that they've been running for 7 or 8 years successfully off of lease ground, and they have all their own cattle, and they own those cattle. But they started off with 2 cows years ago and worked all the way up from 2 cows to, like, I don't even know how many they have, to be honest with you, like 150 on that property. And then they got very, through hard work and dedication, they were able to get to the point where they were able to get in bed with the federal government and get a big loan as part of they were a guinea pig couple essentially for this big government program to go do this expansion, and that's what they're in right now. But the thing of it is like, he and I have had some great conversations about when you're your own business owner and you're in a position like that, you don't have the luxury of taking a day off. You don't have the luxury, especially because he's got kids. Yes, Hector, it's a very interesting, believe me, I would love to, like, I could probably make a whole YouTube channel about, like, going no contact with parents and talking trauma and all this shit that my brother and I have been through, and my other brother who, ultimately is no longer here. But my younger brother and I have had a lot of deep conversations about being business owners and entrepreneurs, because the reality is that the only way to get out from the system is being willing to risk yourself. Because the reality is that once you're out from under the system, you have no one to blame but yourself for success or failure. Because once you're out of the system and you're not relying on the credit system, and you're not relying on banks, and you're not relying on credit cards and all this other stuff, and you're trying to make it, and you're like, the only person holding you back from success is you. And so your success or failure depends on whether or not you are capable as a human being of making shit happen. And that requires something that a lot of people don't have, because there is no place, and this is hard. It's very, very hard. I'm not saying that it's easy, but I'm having a real talk here. I don't get to have. So here's an example. My wife and I had to go to the vet yesterday because we have another cat that's having some issues, and so we're going through X-rays and cancer scans and all this other stuff. I'm still having issues with my leg. My wife is having issues with her shoulder. Like, we're getting older and things are happening. But also, we're very blessed in that we don't have debt and all this other stuff. But at the same time, we still have stress factors. And it's like, it would be really easy to just be like, I'm not going to stream. I'm going to go deal with this stuff, and I'm going to take some days off because my mental health I need a mental health day. I need to take a few days off to deal with my cat and help my wife and deal with my leg, and it would be really easy to get depressed about how my leg's been hurting me since last May when I had the fall, and I'm still going through physical therapy, and it's painful. It's painful for me to sit. For those of you who are here for my streams long term, you'll notice that every hour and a half, couple hours, I will stand up and I will move the camera up to a standing camera. I don't have a choice to do that. I'm doing that because my leg starts to get so painful that the only thing I could do is to stand up to take pressure off of the pinched nerve and tendons, because even with physical therapy, I'm still having issues. And a lot of times you'll see me stand up and do this right here. That's because I'm literally stretching this back, not this leg. I'm literally stretching that leg, because right here where the testicle is, up against the testicle, and back underneath where that sciatic nerve is. I ripped that all to shreds last May when I was coming in the back door and I did the splits and fell backwards and ripped a bunch of shit in my leg. It's painful as fuck. And it would be really easy to just be like, oh, woe is me. I need to take a couple days off for mental health. I can't do that. I'm the sole provider for Chris and I. And even though we're in a blessed position where we don't have debt, we don't have credit card debts, we don't have a vehicle payment, we don't have any of that stuff, we're debt free, I'm working towards our retirement right now. I have to make sure that our future is taken care of so that the next 30 years of our lives, or however long we're blessed to live, we have a pension, because I'm sure shit not trusting the government to take care of us. And so my brother and I have had some really good conversations about if you're going to get out from this system, you have to be willing to do what it takes. And that means you don't get to take mental health days. You don't get to take sick days. Like, you don't get to take a day off unless you're in the hospital. Like, that's when you take a day off. And that's something that for 99% of people, they can't do that. For various reasons, most people aren't ready because they haven't been trained to do that. They've been trained because of the system. I'm not saying this is anybody's fault. I'm saying the system trains you that you're not supposed to, you're supposed to be weak. And mental fortitude is very important. And I'm not making light of mental health issues. Again, I had a brother who is no longer around because of mental health issues. But what I'm trying to say, is just that the only way this is for anybody who's listening, the only way you're ever going to be able to break away from the system is to have the mental fortitude to say, I am stronger than the system. I am more than what they've trained me to be. I am more than what the system has told me I am worth. The system tells me I'm worth $12 an hour. The system tells me I'm worth $15 an hour. The system tells me that I'm supposed to do these 25 steps for the next 40 years of my life. I'm supposed to get a mortgage. I'm supposed to get a car payment. I'm supposed to put my kids through school. I'm supposed to go to school. I'm supposed to have school loans. I'm supposed to have a credit card. I'm supposed to have a credit rating. Love him or hate him, David Ramsey, the finance guru, has some great things to say about why people should never rely on the credit system and credit cards and stuff. That's tricky. That's hard. I still have a credit card. I don't live without the use of a credit card. I don't have a credit card balance, but I still maintain a credit. And I do have an 800 plus score. But I also had bankruptcy when I was 22 years old because I had congestive lung failure and I had $70,000 of unpaid medical bills that I couldn't pay because my dad didn't run health insurance on me as an employee. And I had to claim bankruptcy at 22 years of age because of medical costs. I lost my Jeep. I lost my apartment at 22 years of age. Had to go live with my grandma. When I was 22, had to live with my grandmother. My mom's mom. Had to live with her for 8 months while I was recovering. And I had to fight my way back from that because bankruptcy destroys your credit and no one wants to deal with it. I couldn't get insurance on my truck because my credit rating was tanked. And here's the thing. I never finished high school and I never went to college. And here I am at 45. I have an 800 plus credit score. I speak 2 languages. I used to speak a little bit of Bulgarian, but not enough to consider it a third. I've been successful in my business ventures, but only because I don't take no for an answer. Because I can't. Because when you rely on yourself, there's no option. Like, I either starve or I figure out a solution. Like, there is no, you're either going to live on the streets or you're going to figure it out. And I don't want to live on the streets, so I have figured it out. I have always figured it out. And figuring it out doesn't mean I know everything. It just means that I have figured out solutions. It's sink or swim. That's literally the law of the jungle. It's sink or swim. Like, you either make it or, you don't. And going back to what I was saying earlier, you have to have a goal to focus on. And when people ask me, how do you stay up? How do you stay up so late? How do you go without sleep? How do you get up so early? Why do you get up at 4? Why? I get asked this when you guys have been here. You guys have been on the stream every day for the last couple of years. You guys have seen this question get asked more than once in chat. Oh my God, Renfail, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Why are you up so early? Is it late night or is it early morning for you? Why are you doing what you're doing at 4? Why? Because I don't want to live on the streets. That's why. My goal, my objective, my shiny beacon, the thing that keeps me awake and keeps me grinding, as it were, is because I don't want to live on the streets. It's that simple. And I don't have a support group to fall back on. So it's me, myself, and I. Now, granted, my wife and her family are amazing. And if something went wrong, I could go there. If something went wrong, my brother would definitely help me out. So it's not like I don't have people that I could rely on. But the reality is, you know, I've also been through a couple of business ventures that didn't work out because of shitty business partners. And I've come to realize that you can't rely on anybody else in this life other than you. So I can't speak for everybody, but what you have to do is find something that is a target and shoot for that. And it doesn't matter what that target is. It could be anything. For me, it's always like, I don't want to live on the streets, so what do I got to do? And I think the reality is that everywhere you go these days, no matter where you are in the world, anybody who's middle-aged, or I would say anybody that's past 30, you're going to be... So my wife's brother is a perfect example of this. My wife's brother has an engineering degree. This is no joke. He has an engineering degree. He's mid-40s. Super smart guy, right? He's been working on the oil rigs for the past like 10 years because he can't use his engineering degree because no one wants to hire him because of his engineering. So he did the next best thing and he went and got a job on the oil rigs. But now he's in his 40s and he's feeling very frustrated because he's been in the same position on the oil rigs for the past 10 years and no one wants to promote him. And the way the oil contracts work for Mexicans is they bring you on board the oil rig, you work a 6-month contract, and then you're done. And then you have to re-sign another 6-month contract. So you never get pension and you never get unemployment benefits or any of that shit because you're always working contract to contract to contract, and they're never willing to promote him. So he's stuck in his mid-40s working the same job for the same amount of money that the 20-year-olds are making, and he's very frustrated because he wants to get promoted. It's never going to happen. And so it's one of those things where he just had to come to the realization, and I think this was about a year ago this conversation happened, where it was like, if I'm never going to get promoted, then I have to develop a fuck you mentality at work. Fuck you. I'm just here for the paycheck. Fuck you. When someone says, can you do this for me? You smile and you say, sure I can. But in your mind you're saying, fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, I can. Fuck you. And what you're doing is in your back of your mind, you're formulating, okay, how can I take the money that I'm earning for this job to do this thing over here that I really want to do? And what you have to figure, that's what you have to figure out, what it is that you really want to do. What is your goal? What are you shooting for? And when you go to work, whatever that job is, picking up trash, cleaning sewers, working construction like I did years ago, like, that's the job that you're using to fuel the thing that you want to go do. And it might take you another 5 years to get to that point, but you just have to have that, fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, fucking asshole. Yeah, fuck you. Yes, sir, fuck you. Like, so, in the background, my brother-in-law, as an example, has been, like, he started a separate business in his hometown, and that's becoming successful. And theoretically, within another couple of years, he'll be able to actually just say completely fuck you to the oil rigs and never have to do that again. But it sucks because he went to school and he doesn't get to use his engineering degree for anything. And that's the way of the world. Like, so many people go to college and they spend $250,000 on a college degree, and then they get out of school and they don't get to use that degree for anything. And they're stuck working entry-level positions, you know, I've got a master's of blah 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 degree, and I'm waiting tables. You know, that's the thing of it. Another good example. So here's, I gotta be very careful how I say this because there's still a legal case ongoing, and the statute of limitations is not yet expired, so I can't mention specifics. Those of you who know. So I was involved with I started a game studio years ago for an MMORPG. Brought on some business partners. Things fell apart. My brother and I stepped away, and those people went off and did their own thing. They eventually ran into problems with their payment processor, the company who was a third-party company who was doing their payments. And that was like last October, November. And they said, oh, well, we're going to have to, our solution is we're going to move the game to Steam. Now, in my mind, if I'm having problems with a payment processor and I need money to pay salary, I'm going to figure out a way to get my product on Steam within the next week at the most to make sure that payroll is still going. It has now been, it's April. That is still not on Steam. Why? It's been 6 months. There's a mentality at play. If you need something to happen and you want to be successful, you and you alone are in control of that. Only you. If something happens to my wife, I'm gonna find a fucking solution. Whatever she needs. Like, if something needs to happen, you gotta find a solution. You don't spend 6 months, 8 months. You do it. You get it done. Especially when people's livelihoods are on the line. So, I don't know. I would just say that when it comes to knock on wood, yes, Chris is awesome. Although she's having her own, like, I'm having leg things. She cricked something in her neck like 4 days ago, and she's like, I can't pick anything up. It's like, we're getting old, honey. Solutions exist, but yeah, you have to be willing to sink or swim. I wrote a book after my brother died. Trying to remember the name of it now. It's not. I don't think it's for sale anymore. If it is, it's on a website I haven't logged into for a decade. I think it was called Beyond Borders: The Social Revolution. I think is what it was called. And it was at the time I was still working just purely online as a writer, and doing some photography stuff on the side. And the book was about how to unplug from the matrix and figure out how to work online and figure out how to make a living in the online space. Because that really is, and I still believe this, working online in some fashion is the only way to really, at least begin the process of unplugging from the whole. Going to a physical job where they treat you like shit, where they don't pay you what you're worth. Like, but it's not easy. Like, I remember one time we were in Playa del Carmen, and I had this wedding photographer come to me, and I was doing marketing. We were doing marketing campaigns at that point, Chris and I. And I was running workshops all along the Riviera Maya, working with hotel chains and restaurant chains and stuff, doing public speaking. This is probably 2 years into my public speaking career, and I was pretty big in the marketing space locally. And that's when I started getting invitations to go speak internationally. And there was this wedding photographer who had a very successful wedding photography business in Playa del Carmen, Mexico. And he's from Canada. And he came to me, and this guy's drawing in $30,000 to $40,000 a month in revenue. And he comes to me and he says, I want a marketing plan, and I would like to, I would love you to run my marketing thing. So we go to coffee. He sits me down. He gives me his pitch, and he says, I'd like you to put together a business plan for me and let me know what you could provide for my service. Because he had come as a guest to one of the workshops that I had taught at this local co-working space. The co-working space paid me to come in and give a 2-weekend long lecture series on brand building and marketing, social media. So he was one of the people who had paid for a ticket to come, and then he wanted to do a private consult, so we had lunch, and then he wanted to take that a step further and have me put together a business plan and everything else. So I went away and I put together this big 3-year, 5-year, 10-year business plan for him, marketing plan. And I gave him like 5 rates, like 5 different options for what it would cost for him to hire me, right? I had, up until this point, I had like in emails, you get people who get upset about the price, and they're like, oh, that's just too expensive, and they get a little huffy in emails. This is the first time I had ever had a physical, not a physical, but a verbal altercation. I had a verbal altercation with this guy when I came back like a week later, and I sat down and I presented him with the business plans. Now, I can't remember the exact details because this has been 12 years ago, probably. Something like that, 12, 13 years ago. The cheapest plan on that list was something like I was gonna charge him like $6,000 a month. That was the cheapest plan. $6,000 a month, and I'm managing all of your social media, and I'm taking over your marketing at that point. That's what you asked me to do. You asked me to come in and give you. So these are the plans, but I'm essentially coming in and taking over. The $6,000 a month is I'm going to run it myself. Everything else. Then we have, here's a $12,000 a month plan. Here's a $15,000 a month plan. Like, these are the plans. This is me with a small team. These are your options. And this guy got pissed. He was like, oh, there's no way I'm paying you. You're not worth that. He says, I wouldn't be willing to pay you more than $3,000 a month. And if I was paying you $3,000 a month, I would expect you to be clocking a 40-hour work week, and you would need to be filling out check boxes for me every single day, and we would have to have daily meetings to make sure you're hitting all of your... And I was like, that's not how this works, buddy. I'm the expert on this, not you. You came to me and asked me for my expertise. This is what I cost. You don't get to sit there and tell me that I'm not worth this cost. Not only that, you don't get to tell me that you want me for 40 hours a week and that you're expecting me to fill out a checklist and have daily meetings with you for $3,000 a month. Get fucked. Get fucked. Like, and that's the problem with many people. If you're going to work within the system, they expect you to be a wage slave and to be just some bitch on the totem pole. And it's like, no, that's not how this works. Like, I'm getting paid a minimum of $150 an hour as a consulting fee. And then normally what I would do on big contracts, if I'm just shipping it out, if I'm just giving you a business plan. So this is a good example. I did a contract for, what is the name of the... Backroads Travel, maybe is the name of the company. A big California... I don't know if they're still around, but it was a big California travel company. And I got hired to put together an influencer marketing campaign because they wanted to start working with influencers. So I had a partner I was working with at the time, and she and I, it was like a $15,000 contract, right? $15,000 to create a couple of white papers for these companies. If you don't know what a white paper is essentially, it's just, I'm creating a guidebook that I'm going to give to your company, and your company is going to use that guidebook to then go forth and operate within this is the plan. I'm giving you the plan. You're taking that plan, and you're going to go out, and your team is going to use that plan to manage their influencer campaigns. So it's like $15,000 to create these 2 documents. So we had a few meetings with their heads of... We were meeting with the head of marketing, and then we went forth and started working on this project. And we had been paid like a third of the money up front, and then we were going to get another third of the money upon submission, and then the final third we would get upon completion of the project. So we get paid our original third, and then we deliver the first paper. And then as we deliver the first documents to the company, all of a sudden we are on a phone call. We show up to this Skype meeting expecting to be on the call with the person we've been working with, and suddenly there's 2 people on that phone call, on that Skype call, that we've never met before, and the guy we've been talking to is no longer there. Well, it turns out the boss, the owner of the company, ended up firing the head of marketing, like in the middle of this whole process. And then this new director of marketing comes in, and she literally sits. This is exactly, I'm paraphrasing, but the exact tone of the conversation was, so I'm the new head of director. We're not going to be going ahead with your plan. You're expected to completely stop the work you're doing, and we're going to analyze every single thing you've done so far, and we're going to then look at everything you've done and decide whether or not we want to continue to move forward with this project. That's literally what the tone of the conversation was. And I literally said, the fuck no it ain't, because I've got a signed contract that says this is what we're doing. We've already done the first part. We're already in the middle of the second part to complete the third part. Get fucked. I'm going to go talk to my lawyer. And, no, we don't need to involve the lawyers, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, no, that's exactly what we're going to do, because I have a signed contract. You're trying to tell me that because you're a multi-million-dollar company, you expect me to you think that I'm just some schmuck who's going to stop what I'm doing because you tell me? No, I have a signed contract, and guess what? More than $10,000 is small claims court, and I could absolutely get a lawyer to do this pro bono and drag you through small claims court to get what I'm owed, because it's more than $10,000. And so the threat of the legal was enough for them to be like, okay, hang on a second. What if we just pay you the rest of what we owe you for what you've completed to date, and then we just don't move forward with the rest of it? And at that point, they owed us I think it was going to bring us up to $10,000 for what we had done so far, and the total contracts were 15. So I was like, fine. That's like a kill fee. If you don't know what a kill fee is, when you're doing freelance work, there's usually a kill fee somewhere in the paperwork that says if for some reason the contract is canceled, you get X amount of money to compensate you for your time on the project, and then you move on. Actors get it, directors get it, most freelance contracts have it. So that was essentially our kill fee. We got paid 10 grand, and we put in, I think we had put in 3 or 4 weeks of work at that point, and we walked away. But the mentality of the company was, you're just a peon, you're just a bitch. We're going to bully you because we're a multi-million-dollar company, and we expect you to just turn around. And it's like, no, I have a signed contract. Fuck you. That's not how this works. Anyway, you guys got me off on a side tangent, talking about horrible contracts and stuff. The point I guess I was trying to make was just that people are always going to treat you like shit. And they will always find a way to manipulate you and try to get you for the least amount of money possible, because that's just the way the system is designed. There's a saying in Mexico that I had to learn and understand. Si no tranzas, no avanzas. Which literally means, it literally translates in English to, if you don't cheat, you don't win. And that is a cultural thing here that they have learned, but I think it applies everywhere I've ever worked in the world. Everyone is going to try to cheat, because that's the only way to win. And if you're not cheating to win, someone else is cheating to win. Because no one in this life is going to treat you with the respect you deserve. No one is going to pay you what you're worth. Everyone is going to always try to figure out a way to pay you less than what you're worth, and to not. They want to win. They want to win. They don't want you to win. They want to win. The rare exceptions to that might be your spouse, your parents. I'm the perfect example of parents who don't operate by that. You know, I remember having a huge argument with my dad when I was in my early 20s. It was when I first went no contact with my parents. I literally was like, I just feel like I have a giant dollar sign painted on my head, and that's the only thing I'm worth. That's the only value you see in me, is how much money can you get out of me as an employee for your construction company. And I just was like, I'm done. And you know, it's por smigo. How's your shoulder? Better? Alright, we need to do some exercises today. No, las pastillas son mal. Tienes que hacer ejercicios como yo. That's brilliant, JK. Does my lawyer need to be here for this? No. Wait. Yeah, Phantom, she's been taking muscle relaxers for the last 3 days, and this is day 4, so it's time to start. We need to start doing some exercises like I'm doing. You need physical therapy, honey. Hey, you should talk to the doctor. Oh, you can't go with me today. You have to stay here for Mary. Por la pastilla. ¿Cómo? Anyway, we got kind of on a tangent there, but I guess going back to Sanjo's thing at the beginning, you just gotta find a, because that is a frustrating position to be in a place where, you know, you're working entry-level jobs and you're 30. That does suck. You just gotta find a way to, like, you gotta find a focus. And the other thing I would say, this is for anybody listening, you have to find, in this day and age, there are so many opportunities to make money online that you just have to figure out what you could do to make money online. And there are lots of different ways to do it, but they're all going to take time. Mr. Middleman on Twitch says, I feel for the older generation that feels they have no value once they retire because they found their value in working for other people. It's because that's what the system has taught them. The system has been designed in such a way that people have no value after a certain age point. My wife and I have had this conversation because she's in her early 40s. Well, I guess she's close to mid-40s now. And she hasn't worked in the workforce for 5-6 years now. And she's like, well, I wonder if I could even get a job if I wanted to. And it's like, then she was like, I don't know that I could because I'm in my mid-40s now and no one wants to hire somebody in their mid-40s. And I'm like, I'm in the same way. Like, I don't think I could get a job even if I wanted to right now because I'm the devil. I'm a middle-aged white man in the time of Me Too and DEI. And I agree that DEI is necessary. I agree that diversity is important. We need to see diversity in the workplace. Not necessarily in the way that it's been done in some places, but I do believe that there is something to be said for white male-dominated businesses for the last 150 years, right? There is something to be said for that, and I do believe that we need to have more people. We need a more diverse working class of people. We need more people of diversity within all different roles. But it's also, I'm at a place in my life where even if I wanted to get a job, I couldn't because no one wants a middle-aged white guy in a position because they would much rather have a diversity hire. I get that. But that's also why when we moved to the homestead, this is the risk I took. Because I tell everybody I've been full-time on this for over 3 years now. But some people fail to remember or they don't pay attention sometimes. I did not make money my first year and a half of YouTube. I didn't start making money with YouTube until Baldur's Gate 3. The first year and a half of my channel, I was spending money out of my savings account every single month to pay the bills for Chris and I. Because it took a year and a half to get to the point where the YouTube channel was making enough money to pay our bills. So my risk was, when I decided to go full-time on YouTube, it was, okay, I have X amount of money in the bank. How long is that money going to last? Can can I get the channel to productivity levels before that money runs out? Because if I can't, I got to figure out something else to do. And something else to do would probably be doing something local here. Teaching English. There's jobs I could get. It wouldn't pay that much, but I could go get jobs here locally doing something. There's, you know, I could probably go back and figure out a way to do contracts again, even though I haven't done that for years. But I knew how to build YouTube channels because I've been doing it for clients all those years. So it's like, I know that if I get a happen within at least 2 years, and I did it within a year and a half. So I beat my guidelines of 2-year minimum, and I beat it by 6 months. So I saw profitability with my YouTube channel within a year and a half. That's not going to be everybody's story, but I will say that there are a ton of ways you can make money online. You can have an Etsy store. You can become an artist and do like avatars for people. You can. It's hard to be a writer right now on the online space because everybody and their brother's competing, but it's still feasible. Yeah, get an OnlyFans account. Fuck it. Why not? I'm not gonna lie. Like, if I wasn't married to Chris, I would totally do an OnlyFans. I would totally do OnlyFans. Why not? I have no shame. I have nothing to hide. I would totally do OnlyFans. But my spouse, my spouse says no, so I'm not doing OnlyFans. But if it was just me, I would 100% be doing OnlyFans. Why not? Are you kidding me? It's like, it's a viable option. You don't have to put your face on it if you don't want to. Like, there's a person on TikTok who I don't follow her, but I'm familiar with her because her stuff's in my feed because of algorithm purposes. She did, her whole shtick was she wore a ski mask with her OF account. She made a shitload of money with her boyfriend, never showed her face once, bought a ranch, bought a 40-acre piece of property with her spouse, and then unveiled herself and said, "Thanks for the money, guys. You just paid for my property. Now we can retire, and we have this beautiful piece of land with all these animals, and etc." You know, there is nothing wrong with OF. Like, if you want to go do OnlyFans, do it. Like, everybody should find, because guess what? This system is not going to support you when you're old and frail. So if you've got it, use it to your advantage. And everybody can find a way to do stuff on OF. Like, the funny thing about OF is, like, a lot of people forget that website was originally started for creatives. No, it was not Amaranth. No. Although she does have an OF. Somebody else. Right. John Marston has an OnlyFans. Like, the actor for John Marston. Like, lots of people have OF pages, and not all of them have anything to do with spicy content. A lot of it is just people having creative pages where they do creative content. Like, I'm going to go knit socks, and you can watch me knit socks. And no, I'm not talking about Amaranth, guys. I'm not talking about Amaranth. Yeah, Amaranth is she's like one of the top creators on the platform. But the point I was trying to make is that there's lots of ways that people can make money online. You just have to do some digging. Everybody has to do some digging and figure out what it is that they can do that will allow them to make money online. Most things that you could do online to make money are not going to make money for the first couple of years, so you have to have enough money in the savings to hold yourself over for 2 or 3 years, or be willing to continue working the shitty job for the 2 or 3 years that it's going to take you to start making enough money with the online content to start paying your bills. But one thing I can say,
that's almost beautiful.
Every
Imagine
business
what she'd think if she saw him now.
I've ever helped manage or helped grow, and everything that I've done has been profitable within 3 years. And I've been doing this a long time for a lot of different clients. I have a deep resume for the people who give a shit and want to go look at my LinkedIn and all that shit. There's a reason Chris and I were getting invited all around the world to work with travel companies. Every single company I've ever worked with, 2 to 3 years is the median time it took for those businesses to become profitable in the online space. The problem is always finding out what the niche is and then the person being willing to spend the 2 to 3 years to get it to the profitable state. Because a lot of people, what happens is they get a year in or they get a year and a half in and they get burned out. They're like, oh, I'm not making any money. I'm tired. I'm spending all of my extra time on this thing. My significant other and my kids are mad at me because I'm not spending enough time with them. Meanwhile, I'm working this 60-hour-a-week job that's sucking my soul, and I'm trying to spend every spare ounce of energy I have building this thing, but it's not growing very fast. I'm getting depressed because of it, and I've got my significant other over here yelling at me because I'm not spending enough time with them, and my kids are upset because I'm missing basketball practice and all this other stuff, and it's like, it gets hard. Like, it's not without sacrifice. Like, any sort of success comes with sacrifice. Bill Gates has had some great talks about how, you don't get to take a vacation when you're in the startup phase. You don't take time off when you're in the startup phase. You don't sleep in the startup phase. A lot of people forget that, love him or hate him, Elon Musk used to sleep on the floor underneath the desks. Love him or hate him, the guy used to sleep on the floor under the desks to get his companies successful. So I look at that and say it doesn't matter if you love him or hate him for his current wacky shit, political stuff, whatever. The fact is, one of the many reasons he got where he is today is because he used to sleep on the floor underneath his desk. Like, there are success stories where you look at the people who, what did they do? They literally sacrificed everything. They sacrificed relationships. They sacrificed significant others. And again, if you don't cheat, you don't win. Like, what are you willing to do to make your dream happen? Like, at the end of the day, you're not wrong, Hector. He sacrificed his sanity and personality. It kind of feels that way.
With pleasure.
Kind of feels that way. Gary Vaynerchuk. If you don't know who Gary Vaynerchuk is, I would highly recommend.
Area. Time to explain yourself, or this guard will be restricting you to a cell.
Good thing I saved before that. Yeah, that's a load. We're not gonna open that door. So we're not going through that door. Don't know what's behind that door. Oh, there was a bookshelf too, wasn't there? Or was that somewhere else? Where was the bookshelf? Oh, that's right. We came through into this other area. I don't remember how to do the bookshelf. I'm gonna Google bookshelf. I'm just gonna do this on my phone. Okay, apparently I need to go find one of the hearts. Okay. Protruding book on the upper right side. Insert item.
That might be worth a look.
Quick save. Yep, just right at around 2 hours until we go watch the supposed shadow drop.
This night song sounds like the source of Ketheric's immortality.
The necromancer was experimenting on the tadpoles. But they were already imbued with Nethery's magic. So where did that magic come from?
You're welcome, Middleman. Appreciate it. No, I mean, I think it's important. I don't want to. You know, I definitely want to make sure that there's. I want to make sure that we continue to foster a spirit of community here. Like, it's great to be focused on video games, but I do also feel very strongly about certain topics. And I spent my previous career in public speaking. I spent about 7 years as a public speaker, traveling around the world with my wife and running workshops and doing brand building and being a consultant and working on big marketing campaigns. I know the power of the internet, and I still have a very deep sense of survivor's guilt because of my brother. And I know that it's a psychological thing. But I remember several months before he unalived himself, I had a great conversation with him. He had come to me asking for money because he needed money. He needed funds. And he was asking for several $1,000s. And I was in a position to give him several $1,000s. And I did. But before I gave him the money, I tried to convince him. I was living in Cancun at the time. This is when Chris and I were still just dating. And I was like, come to Cancun, dude. My cost of living is nothing. I have a spare bedroom. You can sleep in I won't charge you rent. Like, just come down here. You can live for free. Bring your guitar. Fuck all your debt. Fuck all that. Just come down here and just stay with me for 6 months. And we'll figure out how to, you love guitars and you want to get a guitar business off the ground, like guitar repairs. We'll figure out how to make that happen. I'll teach you how to build a brand online, and and he was just, in his headspace, he just couldn't get past. Nah, man, I need a few $1,000s so that I can get this sorted out, so I can pay the bills for the next 6 weeks, so that I can get this sorted out and pay off Peter, to pay Paul, to pay Jill, to pay whoever. You know what I mean? Like, that was his mindset. He couldn't unplug. And just a few short months after that, I get a phone call from my sister that, he had gone a different route. And to this day, it really irritates me, would be the word I could say. Because it's like, I had a solution. It might not have been the solution for him, but I did have, that's a bone that I have to pick at for the rest of my life. And so that was something I carried into my professional life for a long time, is I really do believe the power of the internet to make people's dreams come true. But it's not without hard work. It's not without sacrifice. It's not without, out of the, I don't know how many students I've run through programs now. It's been a long time since I've done any of that stuff. But like Margarita and Nick and Margarita Rag are two examples of this. They were students that Margarita came through my program, and I helped her. Her and her husband are from Milan, Italy, and I helped her. She was an intern for me for 3 months, and I taught her all this stuff. I developed with her this campaign called Mondays in Milan. I said, you live in Milan. You need to be creating video content and blog content about what it's like to live in Milan, Italy. And just do Mondays in Milan as a series. And every Monday, you're going to go out and you're going to record a shitload of footage, take a bunch of photos, and you're going to create these blog posts. And you're just going to go hard on that and just focus on that. And she did. 3 months after the Mondays in Milan's campaign started, she got hired by National Geographic to do a Milan travel series. There's another guy, Corey, I forget his last name. He's in a wheelchair. He travels in a wheelchair. He was another intern of mine who came in when he was still very early on in his career traveling as a disabled person. I'm not sure what the terminology is anymore, but he's in a wheelchair. I can't remember his last name. Another intern came through for 3 months, went on to have great success after I helped him design a program to focus his brand stuff. Like, I've done that for a bunch of people, and I have a ton of success stories that I can point at and say, these are the people I helped establish online careers. By the way, guys, I don't talk about this stuff a lot because, like, that part of my life is gone. Like, I did that for years. It's not a big deal to me. I'm so focused on, like, Chris and I and the homestead and the streaming channel and video games. Like, that's all stuff I did before. I did game development. I raised millions for an MMO. I did the other game. I did public speaking. I did travel blogging. I worked on those contracts. We did this, that, and the other. But that's all, it's in the past. Like, that's all shit that happened years ago, and it's not really relevant to today. But the conversation we're having today is bringing a lot of this stuff back to the table. The point is, I've ran probably hundreds at this point. I've probably ran hundreds, several hundred, 400 maybe. I don't know, 350, 400 people. I would estimate in the 300 to 400 people range. I have run 300 to 400 people through courses and taught workshops to people. And I guess if you go the extra step and say, what about all the presentations I gave at the travel conferences and the marketing conferences where there's 150 people in the room, I've probably had the opportunity to talk to thousands of people if you also include all of the people at the presentations. But I can say just from direct workshops that I've taught, internships that I've done, and people that I've directly trained and or given consultations to, out of all of those hundreds, I think there might be 20, maybe 20 who have gone on to actually see success and continued it for more than a year. Because 99% of all of those people within the first year and a half went back to whatever their day job was because they couldn't see their way past through. They didn't have that thing in the brain that said, I will not fail. I will not fail. I cannot fail. They didn't have that because in the back of their mind there was always this, well, I could always go back to my old job and it's comfortable and I get a 40-hour paycheck and I have health insurance and yeah, I don't like the job, but it's safe, it's secure, I get a paycheck, my bills are paid, my kids have health insurance. You know what I mean? Like, and that's important. I'm not saying that that's not important, but I am saying that that is the tie that binds, is that the safety net of the system. This is actually, I don't have it pulled up, which we're not even playing the game today. This is hilarious. I wanted to do this, and I'm not ready to do it yet. Asmongold did a rant I saw on, and I don't react to other people's content very often, but he had a clip that showed up on my TikTok feed that I reacted to internally and went like, this is such a, it's a bullshit take, but not a bullshit take. Because he literally said, the video, I'm going to summarize this in a minute. I'm not ready to do the whole reaction because I have thoughts and I want to put together, maybe we'll do it in the next couple of days, one of these days this week, maybe. Maybe I won't, I don't know. But the clip essentially says, it's Asmongold saying, if you're not making $100,000 a year as a streamer, you just need to give up because you're never going to make it. Because the only way to make it is if you are successful enough that your trajectory arc is showing you making $100,000 a year. If you're not at least making $100,000 a year as a streamer, you need to give up and go do something else. Because, and this is where he gets into the reasons why. And he's like, because if you're willing to do streaming, and this is one of the rare times I will agree with Asmongold, but also disagree with him on certain points. But the interesting thing that he had to say, and where I was like, oh, that's actually, you're not wrong, was 100,000 is pre-tax. So after tax, it's 60 grand. You're left with 60 grand, right? That's after tax. $60,000. Well, that's the thing. You don't get to $100,000 instantly. So that's the part where he's missing a lot of the context. But the part of it that he sort of addresses that was he was like, when you're streaming and while you're building up to become that $100,000 a year streamer, you're not doing anything of value to anyone anywhere. You're not building job skills. You're not building a social network. You're not building definable work skills that could be applied towards another job. And you have a big gap in your resume. And so if you get 4 years in or 5 years in to streaming as a career and you're not making $100,000 and you have this big 5-year gap in your resume, good luck ever getting a job again. Because employers are going to look at that gap and say, well, what the fuck were you doing for 5 years? And they're going to say you're 5 years behind on skills. You're 5 years behind on social skills, work skills. You're 5 years behind on this, that, or the other. For those of you who don't know how like the system in the United States works, and there's some great TikTok accounts that talk about, like, especially in the state of California, when a husband and a wife get divorced, in certain cases, like in the state of California, there's something called alimony, where you are then required to pay alimony to the spouse, even after. So alimony is essentially you're compensating the spouse for the time that they spent with you where they weren't working in whatever field they could have worked in. So I don't remember the technical terms for this, but essentially, for every year that a person doesn't work, they're getting behind on social skills, job education, workplace experience, the potential to rise through the ranks at their job. And if they spend 10 years and they try to go back into the workforce, they're going to have to start at the bottom rung, and they're going to be entry-level position because they're 10 years behind because they were a stay-at-home spouse. And so the alimony payments are to compensate the spouse for the 10 years that they spent not doing something productive in the workplace environment. That's a very simplified version of it. But essentially what the Asmongold conversation was, part of that conversation was about, if you get 5 years into streaming and you're not making $100,000, you might be screwed because you're not going to have enough skills to be able to go back into the workplace and be desirable as a hire because you have this massive job gap. So it's an interesting, it was an interesting conversation. I'd love to do a full reaction video to it at some point, because the $100,000 thing I don't think is legitimate. I certainly don't need to make $100,000 to make this work, but I willingly chose to go live off in the middle of nowhere on a small piece of property where I don't need more than a little bit to survive. But if you live in a place like Texas, like in Austin, I think that's where Asmongold lives, you definitely need, you know, $7,000-8,000 a month to pay the bills, and that's not an enviable position to be in. Hang on, I gotta go look at my Google guide for this.
A ritual circle. Looks like it was used in the crafting of moon lanterns.
Can I not actually do anything with that? Nope.
Looks like it was used in the crafting of moon lanterns.
Alright, I think we can actually... I think we're at the point now where we can actually just go to the Gauntlet of Shar. Oh no, we still have the tieflings. Can I do the tieflings now, or do I have to wait? That's a good question. I don't remember. Exactly, JK. Yeah, you should... And theoretically, yeah, theoretically you've learned all of those things. I have a kitty cat who stole my chair. It's Meagle. Did you steal Daddy's chair? I was going to sit down and I just discovered that there's a 15-pound monster in my chair. Because I remember when I got started, I had to learn WordPress to make my own websites, which meant I had to learn PHP, which means I also had to learn basic HTML, very basic scripting and programming shit, just so I could learn how to do headers and move things around on a website, how to build themes, and then I had to learn how to navigate social media because social media got started. Thank you, baby. Yeah, I know. We were just talking about it. Thanks for breakfast. I got a breakfast burrito. Thank you. A significant other who supports you in your venture is also extremely... It's not mandatory, but it is important to help you succeed, because I get to sit here and do this for 14 hours a day because Chris takes care of all the animals, all the homestead stuff. She cooks and cleans. She doesn't bitch or complain about equality. Because you know what? I've also been the person who takes care of the house and cooks and cleans and all that stuff when she was working. Because when we were in Cancun, when we were doing Airbnb, I managed the Airbnb for like 2 years while I was simultaneously building the game studio and working as a freelancer. And so I did all the B&B stuff. So I did all the laundry, all the shopping, made all the food for the guests. And Chris was working at a hotel. Like, the significant other thing is, like, if you're in a stable relationship, it doesn't matter who is doing what. It's either party being willing to do whatever is necessary to help the other person be as successful as possible. Sometimes that's you, sometimes it's the other person. There ain't no, it's a division of duties, and it's a, I'm going to give 100% to this relationship and 150% when necessary. God damn. That's a good breakfast burrito. This is the chicken from the grill, so it's all that wood-fired flavor. Jack says, is Squarespace any good? I mean, I have no idea these days. Possibly. I still have Bluehost, which I've used for like 15, 20 years. Just because I'm way too lazy to migrate. I spend like, I don't know, $250, $300 a year on all my website hosting. And the only reason I'll still keep my websites up is because I use the emails. And it's great to have like the online resumes. Just because I still do occasionally get asked to do certain things that require me to show credentials and past projects and all that stuff. Exactly, JK. It's a partnership. There's this whole man's work versus woman work is BS. It's whoever has time to be doing those other things. That's the door we need to go through for the tieflings, apparently.
What a day.
Probably not going to be able to get through it without triggering combat.
Hardly a challenge.
This guard caught you picking a lock.
Yep.
Perhaps you'd like to try the lock of your very own cell.
Acquiesce and follow to prison. I did save.
Have you? We'll get you to Baldur's Gate, sir. I swear it.
Oh, the rest of them are still up top? Alright, well, let's load. And while that's loading, I'm going to go see if there's any coffee left, and I'll be right back. Well, I'm not going through there. I'm guessing we can't do the tieflings until later. Tim Horn says, can't wait to see the Oblivion remastered in a couple of hours. Well, we're getting something Oblivion. We don't know what it is yet. It might be Oblivion remastered. It might be an announcement of Oblivion mobile game. It might be the announcement of an Oblivion VR game. It might be an announcement of an Oblivion TV show. It might be the announcement of an Oblivion book series. There is zero... Until Bethesda says that it's an actual remake, we don't know exactly what it is. What the hell is over here that wants to attack us? But we're going to watch the stream here in a little bit. That'll be the tail end of today's stream. We will watch the Bethesda session and then wrap it up from there because I will have to go to my physical therapy after that. I think we have to go out the other side. All I know for certain is that Thursday morning we will be starting Expedition 33, and the Baldur's Gate 3 streams will be on hold. And then on Friday, we'll be starting Days Gone.
Our hero thought but of treasure ahead, did not consider the peace of the dead. Through the dark he went creeping, and awoke what was sleeping. A new grave they dug, which he himself fed.
Ooh, spooky.
Karlach. A warning, no less. Don't tell me you're worried about me.
Merely protecting my assets. I've grown quite fond of you, you know, in my way. I thought it only fair to warn you about the dangers ahead.
He's just begging for food at this point. So what dangers, Renfail?
Oh, we both know they are soon to be revealed. It would be pointless of me to try to bar you from entering. But I can set the scene, as it were. Prepare you for your role.
Fine, paint me a picture.
There is a stage down in the dark upon which a great drama has suspended itself in time. Its actors dwell there still, mired in the languor of their long-tired scenes. If you, however, through the dark, go creeping and awake what is sleeping, chances are many more graves than yours alone will soon be fed.
Well, let's see if we can get a persuasion roll to convince him to tell us more.
Very well. There is a creature that lurks in silence and shadow. A creature who, like me, is very much of the infernal persuasion. Should it make its way out through the very doors you are about to brazenly swing open, you'll have unleashed a pestilence upon this realm. In truth, it is carnage incarnate. So if you meet the devil of which I speak, kill it. Consider no other course of action.
You're only telling me half of what I know. Need to know.
This creature and I go back a long way. I admit it would be in my best interest as well should it remain trapped in the dark.
Alright, thank you.
Or misplace its head, perhaps?
What are we talking here? Lemur? Pit fiend?
Yeah, he only speaks in half-truths,
Orthon?
Baldur.
Getting warmer. Warmer. Hot.
Are you afraid of this creature, Raphael?
Listen here, Pipsqueak. Do not underestimate this opponent. At best, you will have the blink of an eye to strike. Strike first, strike true, defy the odds, for they are distinctly in its favor. That much I owe the bastard to concede. And don't think I've forgotten your tale, Astarion. When the beast is dead, I'll consider that payment enough to translate those scars of yours.
A fairer deal than I expected.
You wound me, Spawn. I always deal fairly. And will close this particular deal soon enough. Vanquish the beast, and all will be revealed.
I don't remember what's down there that he's afraid of. I remember the night song is down in here.
That's curious.
He's definitely a demon, yes. Is he a demon or a devil? I always forget that there is a difference between the two.
Always room for more. Open up.
These lands may not be under the thrall of Lady Shar.
I'm curious. I'm gonna go Google it now.
No matter. She wishes for Ketheric Thorn to be punished. Her
He's a
darkness
Cambion
was a blessing
devil.
offered before he
He's not an
betrayed
actual
her.
demon.
She can redirect her powers elsewhere once he is cast down. He's trouble.
Yeah,
Worse,
Phantom X.
he's
That's
a
why I had to
traitor.
Google it, because I couldn't remember if he was
Whatever
officially a
loyalty
demon or if
he
he's
had
just a
towards
devil.
Lady Shar is long gone. It would please her greatly to see him meet his long overdue end, I'll wager. I'm sure you do. But please try to understand that it's not something I can
I
just
need to sit
talk
down, but I'm
about
gonna have
freely.
to move this cat. So let me get the camera moved. Poor guy, he's like, I'm comfy in your chair, Daddy. I got another chair he can move to, but I gotta. nice warm chair, thanks to Smeagol. I have no problems with Shar worshippers if that's what concerns you.
Very well. Perhaps there's potential in you. Let's see how you handle this. I am indeed a disciple of Shar, Mistress of the Night and Lady of Loss. I assume you've heard of her?
I won't judge one way or the other.
Curious. Mr. Afraid of my lady. I think I did well by joining you. Most agreeable company.
Oh. I figured that was going to have a little more
May the darkness protect you.
to it, but apparently not. Okay.
Need something?
Are you really going to trust the devil?
I'd trust a devil over a vampire any day. I think he likes us.
Devils will take everything we can get and more besides.
Fret not. My soul is quite safe. I am not about to swap one master for another. Even though he's using me, I'm using him too. And what do I care about this orphan's life?
You mean the Daedra we're going to get more information on today, Thandar? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. The remastered Daedra?
Soldier.
You had a friend in Avernus, you never said.
You saw the extent of Flo's friendship. She'll lend you a hand, long as she can crush your spirit while she's at it. I knew never to let my guard down around her. She always made me laugh, even when I least wanted to. If she'd been completely different from who she was, we might have been real friends.
Hang on, I'm reading something on Discord real quick. Alright. I think we're caught up. Your lack of faith is disturbing. Sounds like she meant something to you in whatever small way. Well, you have real friends now. Me for one.
Thank the gods. And I do. Every day.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Gale of Waterdeep. He wishes to extend you an invitation for a private conversation in a more suitable locale.
I'm chuckling because Smeagol just didn't care about getting moved. Sometimes he wakes up and wants to go somewhere else, but he just literally, as soon as I moved him to the other chair, he was just like, alright, I'm going to sleep here this morning.
Gladly. Simply follow yonder path, and soon you will find him. Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Gale. Gladly. Simply follow yonder path and...
Oh, am I supposed to go to sleep? Because he's like pointing me to go to sleep next. Like he immediately puts me into the sleep stage.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Gale of War. Gladly. Simply follow your...
Okay. Okay, so we were supposed to do like a sleep thing. Is it possible to run out of food? Yes. If you're not bothering to loot, yes. And then you have to buy it from merchants. And if you run out of coin, good luck doing long rests, which is the only way to get your spells back.
The peak of darkness.
It can happen.
When you'd almost believe the dawn will never break. The cradle of eternity.
That's why I loot everything everywhere all the time. So I'm already broke anyway because it costs me money to memorize spells. All right. You all right?
I will be. Soon. I am perhaps just one hard day away from being without any troubles at all. This may be my last night alive. I wanted it to be under a canopy of beauty and wonder. I thought this place might bring me peace. I thought it might make the weight of what I must do feel a little lighter. But I'm not so sure.
Is this truly what you want, to die for the promise of Mister's forgiveness? Yeah, I refuse to believe this is the end. We'll find another way.
Thank you. But even if we do find another way, perhaps this is the right way. The end fate wishes for me. There is no point in running from the inevitable. Better to meet it on my own terms.
There are 38,000 people waiting on the YouTube video for the Oblivion announcement. I wonder how many are tuned into the Twitch page right now. That's nuts, dude. Anyway, I'm getting it prepped and ready because it's about 80 minutes out is what it says. So I'm just getting it loaded up in the background so I don't forget. That is hilarious. All right. Nothing is inevitable. We haven't even found this hard the absolute yet.
I can feel it. Ever since we set foot in this strange, corrupted land. The closer we get, the heavier.
Yeah, Thandar, for all the people who claim that they hate Bethesda, they don't actually hate Bethesda. It's all fake outrage. It's just grifts for their YouTube channels and their streams because everybody loves Bethesda games. Everybody loves Bethesda games. Everybody. It's just fake outrage. Hey, Starfield, man. The next Elder Scrolls game is gonna suck. You know my favorite? I'm not gonna name names, but my favorite is there's a current grifter who's making YouTube content around the upcoming Oblivion remake, right? And this is what they are saying. Elder Scrolls 6 is going to fail miserably because the Oblivion remaster is going to do so well, and because it's built in Unreal 5, which is a superior game engine to the creation engine that Bethesda uses, the remake of Oblivion is going to do so well that it's going to automatically make Elder Scrolls 6 look like a 25-year-old game in comparison because Unreal 5 is so much of a better game engine and Bethesda isn't going to update their game engine for Elder Scrolls 6. And it's just, that's the grift, man. We're going to shit on Bethesda even while we love Bethesda. It's just the funniest shit everywhere.
Yes. But there is so much to live for and so few moments in which to house it all.
See you, Jack. They'll probably charge 40 or 50 bucks, Thandor,
Damn you
minimum.
for giving me so much to
I wouldn't
care
be
about.
surprised
Our
if it's a
friends,
$60 purchase
our
for the remake.
adventures. This would have been so much easier.
But I
if it was
have
just me.
Game Pass, so I'll be getting it for free.
If there is a way,
included in my
any
subscription.
way, to save all that's grown dear to me, I want to seize it.
It would be
Just
great
can't
if Unreal
fathom
6, it would be
that
great
might
if
be,
Elder
other
Scrolls
than to
6 gets
fail
developed
Mr.
on
and
Unreal
condemn
5. That
the
would be
world.
cool.
Stay with me.
Yep, there's
will you?
already people who hate on Star Wars Andor.
I
Yep.
don't want to think of it anymore.
I'll be
but I
getting
don't want to
shredded
be
to
alone
pieces when I
either.
start doing my reviews, Jack, because I'll be watching episodes, if not tonight, first thing tomorrow morning, and producing my reviews for that show, and I'm going to get called a grifter. Yep. Hopefully Elder Scrolls 6 is on Unreal 5. That would be ideal. And that maybe that's a secret announcement that gets happening today.
Sigils. Attempts to restrain Lady Shar's power, perhaps. Failed attempts.
You know where you are? You're in the jungle, baby.
Shall carry out General Form's will alone. Not wanted, not needed. Leave.
Here's where we get to find out all sorts of fun information.
Here lies Melodia Thorm, beloved wife and mother. E Amiel Telere Manon here.
A journal spanning years, beginning with the birth of a child and ending with what appears to be a series of dateless tragedies.
That's the symbol of Merkel.
Spells.
How delicious. Oh, for a skeleton key.
Intestines throb. Blood whispers.
That's a note from Balthazar. This is Act 2, Thandar. the entirety of the Shadowed Lands takes place in Act 2.
Something over there.
There are 3 acts in total. Each act, I mean, really the way it works is Act 1 is about 30 hours of content, Act 2 is about 30 hours of content, and Act 3 is about 90 hours of content if you do all of it. Act 3 is like double the size, if not more than, it's like, yeah, Act 3 is massive. So if it's roughly 30 hours of content in Act 1, roughly 30 in Act 2, assuming you do all the quests, then by the time you get to Act 3, there's another, if you just do main storyline, another 30 hours of content in Act 3-ish. Larian has come out and said, like, the baseline playthrough for this game is about 80 hours. Like, if you do all the quests, you don't skip the cutscenes, it's about 80 hours. But then if you do all the stuff, you're looking at 150, you know. My first playthrough was 115 hours, and I had I would have to go back and watch the videos, but I still remember having like a dozen quests or so in my journal, things I just didn't do, and who knows how much stuff I just didn't even uncover.
Bones everywhere. Someone's been engaging in dark rituals here. Anything of use?
Yeah, it's a big game. Very, very big game.
An open tomb.
More to this place.
Empty.
I'm sure
This
of
will
it.
be fun.
Not ominous
Maybe
in the
Shar's presence
slightest.
is near.
There's traps all around here.
Moonrise Towers. It makes the urge hiss within. It was part of your disgrace. But how?
Oh, really? There's something about my dark urge here. Oh, hello. Now there's something different on the...
Moonrise Towers. It makes the urge hiss within. It was part of your disgrace.
Thought my luck
But
had
how?
run out for a moment. Trap must be disarmed.
Ketherick lost his daughter, but the bastard knows why you lost everything.
Really?
No time to rest.
a Sharran army. He's hiding his own past, just as he's keeping pieces of yours. Susun Elg Oloth. Here lies Isabel Thorm.
Isabel? As in the cleric from the last light, Isabel? If she's Isabel Thorm, Ketheric is her father. Is that even possible?
I don't remember that. I don't remember Isabel being his daughter, but there's a tomb here that's open. Oh shit, I don't remember that at all.
A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
That disc must be the way forward.
I don't remember that at all.
Bring us
Thanar says pre-Dragon Age was BioWare doing Baldur's Gate. BioWare worked on the first two Baldur's Gate games. And also oh man, I can't remember if they did the Icewind Dale games or if it was just Black Isle. But the problem was there was Black Isle and so there was Black Isle and BioWare. And they were melded together. So Obsidian Entertainment, if I remember correctly, the guy who is the CEO of Obsidian Entertainment, whose name escapes me, it starts with a U. He was the founder of Obsidian Entertainment. He was, if I'm not mistaken, he was part of Black Isle when they were working on like the Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale games, and then KOTOR 1, and then sometime around that time was when he went off and founded Obsidian, and they picked up Knights of the Old Republic 2, and then they also picked up Neverwinter Nights 2, and I think those were the first two big games that Obsidian Entertainment worked on. And that was because he had a working relationship with, Fergus Urquhart. Thank you. Urquhart. I can never remember his name, Phantom. I appreciate that. I don't remember the exact history because it's been so long ago. It's been 25, 30 years ago now. But yeah, BioWare was one of the companies who worked on the original Baldur's Gate, along with Black Isle. I think Interplay was the publisher back then. I would have to go back and look at the Wikipedia pages because it's been a long time ago. JK says it is his daughter, that's why he wants her. Okay, that makes sense. I just don't remember. My playthrough was like 2 years ago, so... Oh no! I had a crash! Guess what, guys? The game is trash. Two years later, Larian Studios still can't make a stable build in the Xbox, guys. The game is trash. Well, while we're doing that, while it's reloading, I'm going to go look up Obsidian Entertainment's wiki because I don't remember. Obsidian Entertainment was founded in June 2003, shortly before the closure of Black Isle Studios, by ex-Black Isle employees Fergus Urquhart, Chris Avallone, Chris Parker, Darren Monahan, and Chris Jones. Their early projects included Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, Neverwinter Nights 2, both sequels to BioWare-developed games. They then created Alpha Protocol in 2010, worked on Fallout New Vegas, Dungeon Siege 3, South Park The Stick of Truth.
Isabel? As in the cleric from the last light?
And of course their
Isabel.
own IPs, Pillars of Eternity,
She's Isabel Thorm.
and Grounded,
Ketheric is her
as well as
father.
Pentiment,
Is that even possible?
and Avowed in the Outer Worlds.
This must be the way forward. That might be worth a look.
Where will it bring us, though?
There you go, JK. Back to Defiance I go. Alright, let's see if we get a crash again. Well, shit, guys, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign at all. To get 2 crashes in a row at that particular juncture, that's not good. That suggests that there's something broken. I may need to, if it crashes again, I may need to go Google if there's a workaround or another entrance into the gauntlet, or if I'm missing something. Can you pick up chests and throw them in combat? You can also pick up other people and throw them in combat if you have the strength. Like, it's really fun to yeet halflings around the battlefield. Well, if it does it again, I'm going to reboot the whole Xbox and try it again. And if that doesn't work, we're going to go to Google and see if there's something that's triggering a crash there for people on the Xbox. There could be an item I have in my inventory or a quest state that I need to move. Yes, they do become knocked down when you chuck them. I have some quick saves, yes. So, yeah, like I said, we've got.
Disc must be the way forward.
Where will it bring us, though?
I forgot all about clicking on the coffin. Can you click on the coffin? No, but there's a marble plate here. That's just a disarm, I think. Anyway, let's go jump on the magical mystery disc and see if it crashes the game again. I think it's loading this time because I got the loading symbol on the bottom right. There we go. Chris said it happened to me on the PS5 here as well. Welcome to the Gauntlet of Shar, kids. Hope you left your bubblegum at home.
A Sharran structure, going by the design.
There ain't no room for children down here. Shits and giggles. This place is massive, if I remember correctly.
Shar, singer of eternal night, protector of the lost and forgotten.
61 minutes until the reveal of whatever Bethesda's going to be revealing, kids. Never fear, we're going to go watch it when it happens. Don't go anywhere.
Cross from light into darkness. Give your life to the shadows. Offer your pain to Shar's embrace. Hear the night song.
This is tied to Shadowheart's main quest, yes. This entire... But it's not just her. This is also tied to Ketheric Thorm, Isabella Thorm, the Night Song, who is also tied to Thorm and tied to Shadowheart. So there's like half a dozen quests that intersect in this particular zone.
Shar's warriors must not be caught, must not be tricked. Only loss awaits the unworthy.
A voice. Is that Shar herself who speaks? What the hells was that?
The Dark Lady's path lies in darkness. Perhaps that is how I can proceed.
Yeah, she's the only one that can pick this up, I think.
Whoa! What was that?
Welcome, child. Follow my voice and prove your worth.
How many die today? How many die tomorrow?
I do like it down here. It's nice. Homey.
This is a dedication to my goddess's power and dark beauty. Homey is not the first word that comes to mind.
See, I don't remember if we have to go as specific. This place is so massive. And I don't remember if we get blocked off if we go a certain path and we can't come back. Oh yeah, there's encounters here. We should go back and explore a little bit before we go any deeper. Well, there's the Gauntlet quests for sure. Hold up, I need to back away, back away. There's like all sorts of traps in.
Someone there.
There's like all the Gauntlet things, which I can't remember if she has to do them or if other people can do them. This was so long ago that my brain is fuzzy on the details. Oh, that lowered a lantern. What's the purpose of lowering those for? Don't remember.
What am I to do?
Oh, she like snuffed it out. Oh, there's something with the darkness. Oh, that's right. We have to like snuff out the lanterns for something.
What a day.
I remember there's like a fight after this too.
A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors. Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us. Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us. A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
Something I do miss from the old games is getting XP every time you disarm a trap.
Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us.
Oh, that dropped another one over here too. Okay, there's I think just one left. I think this is the last one that we have to turn out. Okay, that should be plenty dark. Now what?
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Nothing?
Let's get on with it. Can't use this right now.
Hang on. Maybe it's because I have the light spell on me.
There's no time to waste. Maybe not the right time.
What am I missing here?
No use. Not right now, at least.
No, I turned the ring off. Right, but I thought I could pick up the gem anyway.
What now?
Like, I can't do anything with the gem. And I thought that that was how I got the gem, was by turning off all the lights, but apparently that didn't do anything. Well. Oakley dokley. Let's go explore the wings, I guess. Maybe I could do something with that later, because she says not right now.
In darkness, beauty is equal and wealth unseen. In darkness, beauty is equal and wealth unseen.
Yep, I got the review up last night. For The Last of Us, Episode 2, Part 2. Oh, I don't think I want to be here yet. I remember there's a big baddie monster down there.
Prime spot for an ambush.
Ah, there it is. That's what I remembered. Alright, I'm gonna go bio before we do this fight. Oh, it... Dude, I kind of feel like I got robbed. Yeah, I'm loading that. It glitched out because I hit it with 5 magic missiles. It lowered its health and then it got unsurprised and regened again. That's like, no. No thank you. That's not cool. Not cool. That way it can't go out of surprised.
Keep a blade close.
It just regened again. But then the next time I hit it, it goes into... Well, I'm not wasting 5 magic missiles on it if it's going to regen 25 hit points right away. That seems... I might not be close enough to trigger it. I might be still out of range for it to detect me, so it's not triggering. Let's see what happens if I shoot an arrow at it. If I can hit it with an arrow. I don't want to waste a magic missile. That's a 5th level spell slot. Or 4th level, whatever. Speaking of which, I forgot all about, yeah. I don't have the money.
Trust no one.
Path is disrupted. No, it's not. Get up here. quick before it regens. There it goes. Now I'm at a disadvantage. I wonder why. Target asset at normal range. Dark. She can't see it for shit. That's funny.
Let's turn someone inside out.
Can't even catch my breath.
Alright, so here I could use... I've never used this spell.
Dying for me. All of them.
Now, I don't remember if there's another one down there. Door to something there. Really? Nothing of value. Okay. I guess we have to go through the door. Oh, come on now. You're gonna make me manually do this. Yeah, Chris is still upset about it. She was bitching about it this morning. I can't believe you didn't tell me anything. You just sat there. You always tell me things about the shows we watch. You always explain things if you think I'm not going to understand something. And I was like, yeah. Nope. I totally left her on the fence for that. And it was worth every minute of her grabbing my leg and yelling at me. You knew this was happening! Oh.
Something in the air down here. It's like this place wants to be forgotten.
What's up, Deeks? Oh yeah, these are worth tons of camp supplies.
I'll take that.
Oh, worth every moment of it, Deeks. 100%. Dude, Chris, I don't get it either, man. There are some ridiculous... So, my take on, like, when I'm watching a show or a film is that the casting directors and the directors themselves, all the people behind the production of these multi-million-dollar things, they know what they're doing. And they cast the people that they cast because they're sure that it's going to do the things that they want it to do. And in the case of the first season, we've already seen that the first season of The Last of Us was incredibly successful and award-winning and all this other stuff. The issue stems from people's perception of the character having a certain look in the video games. And the actress that they chose to play the character doesn't match up with the actress that they saw in the video game in terms of the appearance. And a lot of people are stuck on that. It's kind of like we had this discussion a while back. I think when Reacher was first announced as a show, people were talking about the Tom Cruise Reacher films. When those films were coming out, there was a controversy from a certain amount of people because they said, "Oh, well, the character is 6'7" in the books, and Tom Cruise is only 4'3". You know, there's no way this midget should be playing Jack Reacher." I didn't care. I had never read the books. Chris and I have seen the Tom Cruise Reacher films 3 or 4 times each. Quite enjoy them. We have a great time watching those films. I could give 2 shits that the character is not the same as it is in the book because it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't for most things. There are exceptions, like Black Panther obviously needs to be a black individual to be the Black Panther. Like that, there is no doubt that there are certain characters that there are special rules for. But, you know, I don't get it either because I'm on board for everything they're doing with the show, and it doesn't bother me at all. But there are some people who have like their panties in a wad.
Feed your bodies and rest your minds. Lady Shar needs her warriors strong and ready.
There are rats here, which means I should probably...
Even the rats have the good sense to pay homage to Lady Shar.
Unworthy. Unworthy to walk among friendly bones. Leave!
Calm down. What are you talking about?
Talking of you. Intruder. Invader. Unworthy one. These halls are not for you.
A place of offering to the Dark Lady. May she embrace the entire world.
I mean...
A pleasurable shiver runs down your spine.
So we got a buff.
Contented emptiness. What?
We outnumber you. Leave me be.
I'm gonna load something here. I'm genuinely curious if she gets a different option if she's the one who does that altar. Oh yeah, yesterday, Sherrod, I already saw a bunch of Twitter X threads claiming that the Oblivion remake is already it's already doomed to fail because it's woke and filled with DEI, forced wokeness. I was like, God damn. You know what's gonna happen though? If they don't shadow drop it today, like so many grifters claimed was gonna happen, if it's like 6 months out, the first thing that's gonna happen is Bethesda's gonna get accused of being greedy. They're gonna call Todd Howard a liar, because obviously all the leaks were real about the shadow dropping. And if Todd Howard doesn't shadow drop the Oblivion remake today, he's a liar. Like, there's gonna be, people will spin it all sorts of crazy ways today. Just wait. Just wait.
Even the rats have the good sense to pay homage to Lady Shar.
So this one, I don't even have to do a religion roll. It's just offer prayer and devotion.
Your prayers fade away. Nothing comes to you in return. No soothing presence, no spiritual embrace.
Oh.
Only darkness and silence.
She's already been abandoned.
Your efforts must be inadequate. You must do more to please Shar going forward.
Intestines throb. Blood whispers.
Lady Shar continues to preserve me, though escape is impossible. The beast still prowls our halls.
You prowl my battleground. Why? Are you friend? Foe? Thieving scavenger?
You find yourself in a dead, putrid skull, somehow hosting a tadpole amongst a squirm of maggots. Another presence lurks within, manipulating the corpse like a puppet.
I love that image. Balthazar.
Ah, a friend. An uninvited friend. I did not request help.
Zeral sent me.
Did she now? Enter. I will see if I have any use for you. Stinking pile of ogre afterbirth! The quakes herald the shadows. They found me.
I don't remember this.
Trespasser. Merkel's fat lapdog.
Wow, I don't remember this at all. Umbral Trimmer. Dude, these guys have a deceptively low amount of hit points. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that's... Well, those are all the good guys, though. Well, they're on our side at the moment. I don't want to say good guys, but those are all the skeletons that are on our side. These guys have a deceptively low amount of hit points. I wonder what they do. I wonder if they're acting as portals.
Let's spill some blood.
Yep, maybe. I saw something come running out of it. Still didn't kill it, man. Oh yeah, those are definitely summoning things. Okay, we definitely need to take those out as quickly as possible. Okay. Well, I'm not going to move from here. We're going to hit these with... Man, one magic missile ought to be enough to take that out. Oh my god, it didn't? Well, either way, I'm going to provoke an attack of opportunity. So let's just provoke it and get it over with.
Got it.
They spawn more? Dude, there's way more than 4 of those portals on the field now. Who summoned the portals, or how did the summon? That's what I need to figure out, how the portals got summoned.
Let's do this.
Nightweaver. Beckoning darkness. Ow.
Corpse thief.
So these are just randomly appearing? And they have more hit points each time they show up.
I've got this.
Yeah.
Come on, Karlach. Show him who you are.
Perhaps running this through. Oh, how are we doing on time, by the way, guys? 19 or 20 minutes out. Yeah, we'll finish up this fight and then we'll go get prepped for the big reveal.
On the move.
Dude, they spawned another one. So it's something about... Man, I gotta figure out how they're spawning more. I just don't know yet. That's really annoying. That one's got 16 hit points. Can I get over here?
Don't waste a step.
I can because I went in Viz. Ha 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 ha, bitches. I'm gonna provoke an attack of opportunity. You're fine, girl.
Tactical.
Let's have some courage.
Okay, I think that's all the umbrals.
Let's go.
I think that's all the spheres down. Alright, we should be able to focus fire now. Let's get over here and do a group heal. This... I don't know what Beckoning Darkness is. I'm gonna counterspell that. I failed the counterspell. I wasted a 3rd level spell slot. Oh, we're about to be up shit creek without a paddle. What did he just say? He just said, "Father, are you watching?" Who is father? I mean, I suspect it's Ball, but we'll see. I don't know. I haven't looked anything up about the Dark Urge, but I suspect. Do you need something, Chris? Sorry. Okay. Okay.
Ready for this?
Hopefully we can kill all these guys before the premiere starts. How much time we have left? 15 minutes? Yeah, we got this. We should be done in the next 5, and we'll switch over. You may have Oblivion music because I had the video up in the background, didn't realize there was audio coming through from that video. It just got shut off. I just turned it off. I just paused it. I didn't realize. I thought that was just part of the music.
This is gonna feel good.
No, it's in 15 minutes, guys.
Close ranks.
I've missed this.
Oh my god, I accidentally attacked Karlach. God damn it, I misclicked because she's right there on top of it. Thump bitch!
Need to act fast.
Yeah, you need to do a group heal because I was a dumbass and misclicked.
On the move.
He is not too far. Alright, you know what? Get your patootie up here.
For you. Invenia, via.
Gods, it's hot in here. You're not gonna like this, mate.
Can you feel death's cold grip?
Oh, he can't get to him from here, but you know what I can do? Oh no, it's gonna push us straight into this? I'm not ready for this! Okay, we don't have to do that. Quick save. turn off the console. We got to get prepped and ready to go, guys. Hang on, I'm gonna refresh this really quick just so that make sure that we're current. And we are on. We'll go 1440. Hopefully my internet should be able to maintain that. We've got 12 minutes. I'm gonna go take a bio and get prepped. How many people are watching? 176,000 people are watching the stream right now, and I don't know how many people are on their Twitch stream. That's nuts. That is truly mind-boggling. That just goes to show you that there's no actual hatred of Bethesda out there. Those grifters just make that shit up all the time. Because they actually deep down have a hard-on for everything Bethesda does. It's because Bethesda makes good games. End of story. Yeah, the Gray Fox. Man, the Thieves Guild quests in this game are awesome. I don't have a lot of memories of this game. I just remember liking it more than Skyrim. Because this has Patrick Stewart and Sean Bean. And that's one of the things I hope the remake still kept the original voice acting. I hope they didn't... Because like when they went back and redid Gabriel Knight's Sins of the Fathers as an example, they remade it from the ground up and got rid of all the original voice acting, brought in new voice actors, and it's just not the same. Please, please, please launch this game when I actually have time to play it. Because I will happily go do a replay of... I will happily do a replay of Oblivion. It just can't be right now. They could just get Troy Baker to imitate Patrick Stewart, and I guarantee you he could do it too. Give him 2 months to study and figure it out, he'll be able to do it. So here's my prediction, guys. It's not going to shadow drop today. But we're going to get... Here's what we're going to get today. I think we're going to get a trailer. And then we're going to get like an interview series like we got with Starfield, where the developers are going to walk us through the remake. We're going to get to see some gameplay snippets. And then they're going to launch a pre-order date for people to start pre-ordering. And of course, for those of us who are on Game Pass, it'll be a day one Game Pass release. And I would estimate this is going to be a fall release because they have Doom the Dark Ages happening in like 3 weeks, and I don't think that they're going to jeopardize the launch window for Doom the Dark Ages because Bethesda wants that game to be as successful as possible. So they're going to want that game to come out, be successful, and then after they've done their Doom the Dark Ages stuff, that's when they would launch the Oblivion remake. That would be my guess. Oh, is it doing that stupid thing where it's gonna... Yeah, it doesn't want me to tab out. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Devon, it's almost like you've ran a business for profit before. Maybe just a few. The one thing I hope is not true, I hope they didn't... I've heard the rumor is that it's Dark Souls-like combat. That part of it would turn me away. I don't want Dark Souls-like combat. I want the Elder Scrolls combat. That's what Elder Scrolls games are famous for, is having Elder Scrolls combat. That's part of the Elder Scrolls experience, is the combat system, the skill system, the RPG systems. I hope that part of the rumor is just a rumor and something that people made up. Kind of like today was, you know, the supposed launch date was yesterday. Well, the blocking has always been like that, though. They've always had perfect block. Shit, I can remember. I just played the Skyrim Anniversary Edition like 3 years ago on the Xbox, and it's got the perfect block system. Like... Depends on the contract, Sherrard. Depends on what the original contracts stated. Oh, that music does bring back memories of me being however old I was when this game came out. Early 20s? When did this game come out? It's gotta be like 20 years ago, right? Different era of my life. Yeah, it's almost 20 years, yeah. That's nuts, Anzolo. I bet there's 500,000 people tuning in between YouTube and Twitch right now. I would have been 27 when this game came out. Deeks. Oh, I think the leaks were all 100% planned, Sherrard. I think it was all part of the free marketing, free advertising. All right, kids. We're 15 seconds out. Make sure you're strapped in. We're finally going to get official news of something. Here we go. Here we go.
The others, they would take it to the tower. They're behind us.
I hear Patrick Stewart and Sean Bean.
You hold our future in your hands.
Look at that.
Take with you my blessings and the hope of the Empire.
That image right there is just so
and
tasty.
Close shut the jaws of Oblivion.
There you have it, everybody. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered finally confirmed 100% by Bethesda. Now let's talk launch date.
Here we are 20 years later.
Told you we were going to get a Dev Diary interview.
When you think about the Elder Scrolls, to us it goes beyond game franchise.
Yeah, it's the DNA of Bethesda Game Studios.
Obviously, we're working on the 6th chapter here, but what's great about the Elder Scrolls is being able to look back at all of the chapters. Skyrim, Oblivion, Morrowind, Daggerfall, Arena, and each of them try to define role-playing games and open-world games for their generation.
Fans got so connected with the worlds we've made and these stories we're telling, and it's really amazing.
Oblivion was a real defining moment in the series and for how we make games as a studio. I think when it comes
But this is the part I told
a
you guys we were going to get. I said we were going to get a
you
developer
want
diary.
people to feel
I called this part
the way they did then, but it's still a game of its time. You want to keep those bones in place.
Let's see if the rest of my
You
predictions
want
are true.
Some of that
AKA
old charm.
launch date announcement, pre-order announcement.
Coming back to Oblivion now with this tremendous visual update is absolutely amazing. It's the world I remember, but better.
There's so much there, both for the Elder Scrolls world and also this evolution of our games, I think is really, really important for people to take a look back at.
Looking back and seeing everything we've accomplished in the past 20 years and working with these people, like, it's really special.
Yeah, there are still quite a few people that I've worked with for that long, and it sort of gave me the warm fuzzies.
Oh my God, it's been 20 years? I think the thing that gets me the most is the music. Like, when you hear that music at the main menu, there's just like... there's this...
Not gonna lie, that music is...
flood of nostalgia.
Oblivion is the beginning of who I am. As an individual, as a game developer, it all starts with it.
I don't even think it took me till release to realize how big this was.
People loved it. Like, they loved it.
Such a key moment in our history of making games and the evolution of how we build these worlds, and having players be able to come back and experience that is really amazing. We had that really special moment of coming out into the world for the first time, what that meant to this game.
Every time we think about Oblivion, it's, what if we could give that moment to everybody again?
I was born 87 years ago. For 65 years, I've ruled as Tamriel.
This is the original footage, okay?
But for all these years, I've never been the ruler of my own dreams.
Now they're going to show us the remastered footage,
beyond which no waking eye may see.
Oh, that music! Love it! All that does look good.
Whether you're reliving these moments or experiencing them for the first time, the world of Oblivion Remastered immediately looks and feels incredible.
That does look
really good. When we decided to remaster Oblivion, we were really picky about finding the right partner. From the very beginning of this project, we had one rule. We weren't going to do this if we weren't going to be able to do it right. Our partners at Virtuous went above and beyond to bring our vision to life. The care and love they've poured into the Oblivion Remaster has been absolutely breathtaking.
Welcome to Paris.
Am I going to play it when it comes out,
welcome
Chris?
to
Depends
Virtuous.
on when the announcement.
Our team here
when,
has been
when,
hard
when
at
is
work
it coming out?
delivering
That's
the
my
best
decision.
remastered Oblivion experience possible. We've worked with Bethesda Game Studios on other projects in the past,
Just
so we
depends
know
on the
what makes
when.
that team and their games special.
Like, I'll definitely play it, but am I playing it at launch? It depends on
We
when
wanted
the
to make
launch
the
is.
remaster more friendly to gamers with modern hardware. This is Oblivion in its most complete form.
And the best part about it is that it's been so long, I don't remember hardly anything from the story. I'll once again be playing
Those
a rogue.
familiar with only some Elder Scrolls lore will now be able to experience the events that set the stage for Skyrim. You embark on an epic journey to stop the Mythic Dawn cult.
The time of cleansing draws nigh.
From unleashing the Daedric Prince of Destruction.
Yeah, buddy.
What was the Oblivion Crisis? What happened to the previous Emperor of Cyrodiil? Why are there only 8 divines instead of 9? In addition to the core game, the remaster contains all add-ons, including story expansions, Shivering Isles, and Knights of the Nine, so you get the full experience.
Whoa, that's cool.
On a personal level, it was really important to me to ensure that we're preserving the magic of the original experience. At the end of the day, we're all fans too.
This is a dream project for me, right? I'm a fan. I have been always a fan.
Well, I played Oblivion for perhaps 10,000 hours.
Yeah, I'm in the same
Oblivion
boat,
was my
Mitch.
first
I don't have a lot of
Elder Scrolls
memories, I
game,
just remember
and
liking it more than
It was one
Skyrim.
of the games that made me want to be a game developer.
The best way to describe it would be to call it a love letter.
You will find your own path, but there will be blood and death before the end.
I do remember the orbs. Yeah, I remember this a little bit.
The technology we used to create the original was cutting edge at the time, but tools have come a long way since then.
That looks completely different. See, they still have not
the
said.
original Oblivion is still the heart and soul of the remaster, but we use Unreal Engine 5 to help achieve all our visual goals. We think of the Oblivion game engine as the brain and Unreal 5 as the body.
So they're
the brain
mixing.
drives all the world logic and gameplay, and the body brings to life the experience that players have loved for almost 20 years.
So it's
not just
still
about
got
pure
the
fidelity.
heart and guts
We knew we had
of
to
the
preserve
Oblivion
its distinct
engine
style,
mixed with the
making
visual
it as uniquely
power of the
Oblivion
Unreal
as
5
possible.
engine. I wonder if we're still going to get lots
The
of loading
brush
screens.
opens a
Nudge,
portal
nudge,
into the
wink,
painting. You're stuck here like I am.
The Isles, a wonderful place. Good for a visit. Or
But does it come with horse armor, asks Joe.
eternity.
We've leveraged nearly every major feature from the latest version of Unreal 5.
Our goal was to push the visuals to the next level using the latest technologies. We created brand new, highly detailed character models and stunning landscapes that use millions of polygons in each asset, allowing us a truly impressive level of detail in the world. Every single asset in this game was completely redesigned and handcrafted from scratch.
We implemented an advanced real-time lighting system that accurately simulates how light interacts with the environment. This results in more realistic lighting and atmospheric effects. While the original game had limited dynamic shadows, now the entire world reacts naturally to light.
We used an incredible new lip sync technology that really enhanced performance in our characters.
He left us a warning. Heed it!
And Real Tools helped us create the base mesh of our characters. From there, our artists...
This is
sculpted
also
each
going to
race
show you
individually to
that
adapt it to
if
the
I
mesh,
had to put money on
allowing
it, I
us
would
to share
bet
the
that
model,
they're going to
rig,
move to
and
Unreal
textures.
Engine 5
As a
for sure
result,
for Elder
all
Scrolls
races,
6.
including Argonians, orcs,
Even if
and
the
Khajiits,
brains are still like
built
the
on
creator
same
engine
base
or whatever.
mesh, making the lip sync system more effective even when the characters have very different facial features.
Welcome to the guild.
We have access to so many modern rendering features. You'll see them in something as simple as running through a forest. Insects flying around, fish swimming in the water, light filtering through the leaves. Thanks to these technological advances, you feel even more immersed in this living, breathing world.
Probably, Joe.
You'll really believe you're in Cyrodiil.
I believe you can handle a more complicated assignment. I would like you to retrieve a carved panel from the central chamber of the High Fane.
It's not just visuals that we've modernized in the remaster. It's gameplay. It's UI and UX.
Oh,
It's
that
audio.
looks good. There's the arena.
We've updated features and systems across the board.
We've changed the approach to leveling, which I think will make a lot of people happy. It's inspired by the leveling systems of both Oblivion and Skyrim.
Okay.
So it's the best of both worlds.
Wow, okay, so they're redoing some of it, not just remaking it visually.
We were able to fully recreate the character models, creating a physicality that feels more human. You see that in places like combat animations, where there's a lot more separation between the upper and lower body, and all the animations have more flourish. Combat in the original Oblivion didn't have sound effects, visual effects, or hit reactions. Now you'll get blood splatters, sparks, and controller
Man,
feedback.
I'm torn on what I would play as
It's
a
little
class.
thing,
My rogue
but
build
little
was always
things
my
add up to make
favorite,
the
but
combat more modern
that was
and
20 years ago. Now I really love my mage builds, my druid builds.
There's a proper third-person perspective now. The original had third person, but there was no
Nah,
crosshair, and we
first
felt the
person only.
experience
I don't
could
want
be
to do third
modernized.
person.
One of our goals was to have a third-person view that compared to Starfield in terms of playability. Now, the third-person perspective has all the same control you get from the first-person view.
I'm still sticking with first person.
You have my ear, citizen.
When Oblivion first launched,
Greetings. How goes it? How are you?
disk storage limits meant we couldn't have unique voiceovers for all the races. So we've gone back and recorded new lines of dialogue.
Oh, that's cool.
Each race represented in the game now sounds unique.
Can't stand the sight of those creatures.
We also made sure to keep in all of the quirkier dialogue.
I really like the way they say hello. Sometimes it's so random, and then they just, hi there.
Hi there.
But it's like so nice and creepy at the same time.
Stop! You violated the law.
Stop! You violated the law.
Stop, criminal scum.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
Cheese for everyone.
Cheese for everyone! We are going to steal one of the Elder Scrolls from the Imperial Palace.
Damn straight.
We need to find the reading room. The blind priests will deliver a scroll to you there. Do not speak to the priests. They're blindfolded. I've chosen you because you are the best.
I
Good
am
luck.
the best.
Stop! You violated the law. Your stolen goods are now forfeit. Then pay with your blood.
Run!
As games have developed over the past 20 years, players have come to expect a certain suite of tools and controls.
Like sprinting. Sprinting is an interesting one because it was such a big debate internally among our teams. Some of us were absolute purists, but ultimately, we decided it's 2025 and people are going to want to sprint. In fact, all of the character locomotion has been completely redone from scratch, and that has a huge impact from the very beginning of the game.
Every single updated or new feature was implemented with the player in mind.
I'm still surprised
It all
they
comes
included the
down to what
DLC
makes
as well with this
Oblivion
remake.
Oblivion. What are those features that just immediately come to mind for players when they think of the game?
The mini-games are the mini-games. Those are so iconic to Oblivion.
Great! How's it go again?
Like lockpicking.
Yeah, I
You can
remember
put a
this.
fresh coat of paint on it, but you can't change it too much because it's part of the core experience.
Whether you're returning to Cyrodiil or you're a newcomer,
I'm going to follow you and watch you and worship the ground you walk on.
you will instantly feel at home.
Oh, that's
It
awesome.
just feels better. We've modernized a lot, but it's still the same incredible adventure and the same carefully handcrafted world.
Well, it's about time. Do you know how long we've been waiting?
Oblivion is a core part of the story of Bethesda Game Studios. None of what we're surrounded by right now would be here if we hadn't made that game and if it hadn't been the success that it was. The effort that we put into it, the sort of the love that went into it, I think that comes across on the screen.
To have worked on something that people care enough where you're in a position where you can remaster it, it's a privilege.
That is a privilege.
And now, to help introduce this game to a new generation of players, I feel so lucky.
I really think that people, when they jump back into the remaster, they're going to be shocked at just how good the game looks. The Oblivion gates look absolutely incredible, and I think they're just going to find themselves lost in the world.
Even if it's just the music, for example, just walking around for half an hour in the world, you feel something, and that's precious.
You're going back to a world that you've been to before, but it's better somehow. Like, it's an intangible thing, but it's like, it's new, it's fun, like it's exciting again.
But it's ultimately the same game.
I love
There
that
was a lot of
Starfield
respect
sweater.
for
I want
what was
one.
before, and I think the fans will appreciate that.
From all of us at Bethesda Game Studios
And Virtuous,
we want to thank you for joining us today. Oblivion has a very special place in my heart, and being able to work on this remaster and bring it to a new generation of players has been an incredible experience. We were too excited to get it in your hands and didn't want to just show it off to you and then make you have to wait.
They are going to shadow launch it. Holy shit.
The best part of my job is that I get to be the one to announce that the Oblivion remaster will be available today.
Well, fuck me. I was wrong on that. I get to eat crow now because I said that they were going to just make an announcement that it was coming out at some point.
I was born 87 years ago.
Fuck, I have no time to play this right now.
But for all these years,
I literally just started a Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, and I have Expedition 33 on Thursday, and I just spent money on the Days Gone remaster for Friday.
The year of Akatosh 433. These are the closing days of the Third Era.
Fuck you, Bethesda.
Hours of my life.
In a good way. Oh my god. I have some serious life decisions to make today, kids.
Beyond which no waking eye may see.
I was adamant that they were just going to do an announcement today. I was like, there's no way they're shadow dropping it. I don't think they've ever shadow dropped anything other than the Fallout Shelters game, which is a mobile game. That's not. Hey, I'm happy to say I was wrong.
The time of cleansing draws nigh.
I did not already own the first game, so I just spent $50 on that, or $60, whatever it was, for Days Gone Remastering. Man, I'm gonna have to think hard and long about whether or not I finish my Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. Has anyone gone on Game Pass? It's a Game Pass right now, right?
And close shut the jaws of Oblivion.
I'll need to go load up the Xbox here in a second. Available today. Hang on, I'm loading up the Xbox right now, kids. Well, shit. There, guys. Oh, special gameplay stream. Well, hang on while that's airing. Hang on. We're going to Game Pass right now. I'm getting over the Xbox. Sorry, you're going to lose visuals for just a second, guys, because I'm tabbed out. I see the Oblivion. I don't see the remake, though. I probably just need to go straight to Game Pass. Recently added. Oh, there it is. Elder Scrolls. Hang on. So, I'm going to show you all. We're Game Pass. Am I not logged in? It says buy, though. It doesn't show that it's actually available on Game Pass. Reload this page. Alright, well, something's messed up with that, so I'll check that out at my leisure. You know what I'm going to do is I might reload the... Oh, there we go. It just took a minute. Install with Game Pass. Alright, kids. It's now installing on my Xbox. Right there. It's not cool for them to do this, because Expedition 33 starts on Thursday, and then the Days Gone remastered, right? I really don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm really having a lot of fun with Baldur's Gate 3. But that was about to get put on pause for Expedition 33, and I have a very strict policy about new games take precedence, so
Wow. What did we just witness? The worst kept secret ever? Maybe. Probably. But you just witnessed the Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered Direct. That is coming to you today. Maybe even now. I don't know. We'll have to check after this stream. I'm joined by the wonderful, talented, incredible Wes Johnson. You.
Ah, hi.
And Wes, who do you have here with you?
This is Finn. Oh, yes, he knows his name now. Hello there, Finn. How are you? I mean, for the sake of this, we can call him Barbas if you'd like, but he's a sweetie pie, and he wanted to get his time, Mr. DeMille.
That makes sense. I would, if I had a new puppy, I would totally bring that puppy with me every.
I gotta pay attention to the time, guys. I've got physical therapy today. What time is it?
Song?
No.
It's like, I take my puppy everywhere.
Well, for you, both of you joining us, either new or from the Direct, we're going to be sharing some gameplay of Wes's old stomping grounds, but newer now with the remastered version.
I can't wait.
So, Wes, for those that do not know you, first, shame on you if you don't, but if you don't, why don't you tell our friends here what role you have done in Oblivion?
In Oblivion, you're going to probably bring some memes back to life.
Can't wait.
So if, like, you walk out of someplace with a fork, I would be there going, "Hold, criminal scum! Your stolen goods are now forfeit. Pay with your blood." That's a lovely one. The
That's very
Imperial Guard
aggressive.
song is out there now, and all sorts of things that people had fun with. Sheogorath, Daedric Prince of Madness, at your service. And I love this because I'll never be able to order a cheese pizza again because people use the soundboard and they call the pizza shops and they're saying, what can I do for you today? Cheese! You want a cheese pizza? I want cheese for everyone! Oh, how many would that be, sir? And so I can't call anywhere as Sheogorath to order a pizza because I'll never get it, or I'll get it with a lot of
I mean,
spam.
honestly, you're doing everybody a favor if you do. So,
Yeah,
I mean, and your shirt is totally on theme today as well.
Yeah, wearing my Sheo shirt. I've got, and of course, there's, where is it? My Dark Brotherhood pin here. Lucian LeChance of the Dark Brotherhood, dear child of Sithis. I don't spread rumors, dear child. I create them. So, yeah, I loved Oblivion. Oblivion to me was, I mean, I've loved all the games. I loved Morrowind. Ah, yes, we've been expecting you. Come right in. I love Skyrim, which is fantastic, but Oblivion to me was where I came out to play. And it was the original, all the races had the same voices. Oh man, there's so much crossbreeding amongst the Imperial Guard, you know.
Hang on, guys. I got to check a couple
Mom,
things really
Dad,
quick.
The family reunions were very confusing.
All right.
But
It's a lot of love.
I know. But I just absolutely loved that game. And as other games came along, and then you got to see Skyrim with its 10th anniversary edition. And when I first put that on the Xbox Series X, oh my God, the visuals to me were just, I was blown away. And to make Oblivion now have that kind of feel, that kind of look, the gameplay, the graphics, I mean, if I walk up to a lady in the middle of one of the towns and tap her on the shoulder and she turns around and does not look like Terry Jones in drag from Monty Python, I don't know what I'm going to do. But I mean, I love the game. So now people are going to get a chance to see it with brand new eyes. And for people who have only ever played Skyrim, this is going to be kind of a revelation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the predecessor, so it's taking people back.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
All right, so now they're showing off some
So
gameplay.
This is the mouth to the Shivering Isles. Look at the difference, the graphics, how sumptuous it is, the detail on this. Not just on the
my schedule is the
background,
issue, JK.
not just every leaf on the
Because
tree, but looking at the
like
the clothing, at
once
the
they get into
uniforms that they're
June,
wearing. I mean, he's wearing leather, and he's wearing
I mean,
some,
one could argue that this
fur,
will always
and
be
you're
there as
seeing
well. The
all
problem
the
is
details
this,
on
I guarantee you I'm
every
going to get
little
way
thing.
more traffic playing
This
this than I'll
guard
get.
right here?
I mean, we're getting good numbers playing Baldur's Gate
This
3. We're getting
guard,
60, 70
people are
people
like,
tuning in
"That's
every
so
morning. But
effective. He seems to have
this
this
is
gold out
going to
there
be
in the middle
hot,
of
and I would be stupid
this,
not to play this. But at the same
island
time,
where
I've
the
got
winds are
Expedition
whipping
33
around,
starting.
and I had a cold. I was really, really sick that day. But
What I may
You
end
have
up
to go that
doing,
hard into the role, Wes.
I know, I'm method, so method.
I may end up shuffling the
But
Days
look
Gone
at that.
remaster
There's the
back is
Doors
what
of
it'll
Infirmary,
add
but
Baldur's Gate
inside,
3.
what's
Like
gonna
I have to. I'll be thinking about
Ooh,
this at
look
my
at the
physical therapy today and
screens.
try to
Look at the
figure out.
screens. The loading screens look so much
I would be stupid not to
sweeter
jump
and
on
more
this and start
detailed.
playing this
And
afternoon as
there
soon
he
as I get
is.
home from physical
Haskell,
therapy.
look at him, sitting there all bald and boring. Haskell, your room's very dark, just like your personality.
Yeah, I'm
Hurry
thinking
up and
that's the
talk.
case, Drip
Oh,
Brom.
look at
And,
the
you know,
detail
putting
on
Baldur's Gate
Haskell's
3 on
face.
hold and just saying, you know
can
what?
really see what living with Shea
That
Gorth has
playthrough
done
can
to him.
happen at any point in
He looks
time.
like
But the thing
Marley's
was,
ghost
I
there.
had that window in
And
May.
this is the first time you're seeing the remastered,
This is the first
isn't it?
time I've seen any of this, and the detail and the expression on the face, he just looks so weary, so put upon.
Well, it's been almost 20 years, so we've had a lot of ability for technical advancements from there. So
My gut
and
reaction
imagine-
right
And
now
age,
is
I
that I'm
guess,
gonna.
20,
as well.
20 years in the service of Shea
Well, it's
Gorth
downloading
is
on the
at age
Xbox right
anyway.
now. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Hang on, I gotta
I
go
like
see
his
how long
puffy
it's gonna take to
sleeves there.
download.
He
It's
has the
gonna
little
take
Seinfeld
forever.
puffy sleeves.
It's gonna take
Now,
forever
what
to
would you
download.
say your favorite role has
I may not
been
be playing
for Oblivion, or
Oblivion
which
today.
character do you feel
Just
like you
depends on how long the
gravitated most
download
towards?
Well, that's the thing people ask me all the time, who's your favorite character to play this? And that's a Sophie's choice. Because you bring a little of yourself to every role you do. You got to bring, these are all like my children. So, I mean, I love Lucian. I love Shea Gorth. I love them all for very different reasons. I remember working with Mark Lampert for this game, and we're doing the same Imperial Guard voice, even the Gray Fox, like capital, but he's still very much the Imperial.
Exactly, Mika. Where's all the Bethesda
Lucian
only
goes,
makes
"This
bad
guy's
games? Where are those trolls at right now? You know what they're doing? They're over there doing this to Todd Howard.
And I start going into this
That's
thing,
exactly
in
what's
my
going on.
mind, you try to get an
Todd,
image
would you
of
like a
who the
reach around,
character
sir?
is. And for me, he was twisted.
Todd, where do you want your money shot?
And just insidious.
Does it take you? Is it that quick for you sometimes when you like get a breakdown of a
Sometimes it
character?
can, and sometimes I take time. Shea was a different thing, but with Lucian, I had a come here, Bubby. It's okay. With Lucian,
Oh, mine's telling me 11 hours,
the
Drip Rum,
image
which
I
is
had
not
in my
normal.
mind as I portrayed him at first was completely different from the image of what he ended up
Hang on a
looking
second.
like. You know, he ended up looking. They made him this gorgeous guy. You know, and when we're looking at him, going, "Oh my God, he's gorgeous. He has a heart of darkness, the perfect man." So, but he was so much fun to do. And people say, "Do you know what happened to him?"
I just went in and plugged in the wired connection to
You
see
just
if that
finish your line.
gives me a better download.
So when I'm playing the game and I get to that point in the game,
I
I'm
mean,
like,
if it finishes download,
I'm
downloading,
experiencing it as well. And, oh, look,
I'll
look at this,
I'll
the
check it
butterfly.
today when I get back
The-
from physical
the
therapy and
breakaway
everything
into the
else.
Shivering Isles and the butterflies.
Hang on, yeah, I plugged it in and I jumped
That is
from 30
beautiful.
megabytes per second to 330
And Haskell's
megabytes per
outta
second.
there.
So let's give it a minute to see
It's
how
quitting time.
how long it'll download.
Look at that. Through the fringe.
The new UI looks
of
really good.
madness. Yeah, with Shea Gorth, I had about a week to prepare. And I was told, we want something a little more stand-up, but we want him to feel dangerous but funny.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, maybe something like Robin Williams. And I thought, no, Robin Williams is a bit too cuddly, you know. Shea Gorth, I'll skip rope with your entrails. I don't believe you. So,
admittedly, that would be an interesting thing
yeah.
to see Robin Williams talking about.
I know, but I thought, where could I find my inspiration for this character? And I started thinking about different stand-up comedians who would I find dangerous, that I would love to have a drink with, and laugh and joke, but afraid they might beat me up at the end of the night. And I came up with Billy.
Yeah, even at
Connolly, the
300
Scottish
megabytes per
Yes.
second, it's still telling me 9
but
hours to
thought,
download.
I
So I
can't
think it's just
do
going to
straight
depend
up
on
Billy Connolly.
the
He can
Xbox
be my spirit
store
animal.
is getting hammered.
But it didn't seem.
So if it's
it
finished
felt
when I
to
get home
me,
from physical
he's
therapy,
not Scottish.
I'll play it this
And I
afternoon.
thought, well, I've got this friend. Who runs
If
an
not,
Irish
then I
channel
will
down
start
at
first thing
BC. His
tomorrow
name's Tom
morning, and the
Stack.
Baldur's Gate 3
It's
playthrough will
from-
definitely be on
it's
hold.
from-
However,
it's
this
from
is the
Car
big
Cracker.
thing, guys. Like Expedition 33
And
starts
so there's
on
this Irish accent. And I thought, what
Thursday,
if,
and I gotta
what
prioritize
if
that as a
because
new
he's got
release.
mania and dementia,
So
this character can go between an
probably
accent
what we'll do is
fluidly.
my
Like
gut
you
reaction
think he
right
might
now
be
is I
Irish,
will play
you
Expedition
think then
33 in the
maybe he's
mornings
Scottish
and
when he
Oblivion
has
in the
one mag.
afternoons until I
But
finish
what
up
happens
Expedition
when he gets
33,
deadly serious?
and then I
There are
will
a few
move
moments where it
Oblivion
drops
to the morning
completely.
slots and move the Days
Why?
Gone remaster into the
Because
afternoon slots, which means I'll be starting the
everything
Days
else
Gone
is an
remake about a week later than I planned
He
on.
does what he wishes
And the Baldur's
to
Gate
do.
3 thing is just going to go completely
And
on
so,
pause for the
like
moment.
the brain pie line, where you'll hear all three separate things. And he's like, and he starts
It's
wondering
going
what
down
you're
right
like,
now. It
"Perhaps
says 7
brain
hours,
pie."
44 minutes, so it's probably just going to take it a
Perfect.
little bit to go down to
Get
whatever
to
it's going to
doing
be.
Adds an extra layer.
Yeah, my
of
Expedition
mystery.
33 is already preloaded on the
you
Xbox,
just
ready to
don't
go.
know where he's going to land with some of these things. Whether it's friendly, whether it's deadly, whether it's over the top, whether he's crazy mad. I just had to sit there and let that thing flow back and forth. And I think from what I was told later, Todd was listening to it and they weren't expecting that. And so it threw him off a little at first. And then the more he listened to it, the more he's like, oh, no, I like this. I like this. And that's who Sheo became.
And you define the character through multiple games and multiple universes.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful thing to be able. I love more than anything trying to figure out who a character is, and the Rubik's cube of their personality and the whole thing.
And I imagine though the character is designed by somebody else, that you get to input a lot of your influence and sort of direction on it, even still.
Well, you have to bring a sense of life to it. Whereas when someone is writing it, they're bringing their sense of life to it, their experience. But you don't know their experience, but you know the circumstances of the character, and you can build something upon the character, and then
Thanks, Otherworldly. I appreciate it.
You know, live in that.
Speaking of Star Wars
space,
Outlaws, we got the
become
DLC coming up on the 15th.
somewhat that character, which is why
And then
every
Death
one
Stranding
of them
2 at the end
become
of
like
June.
children of
God,
mine.
June is another month I'm going to be. It's
Oh,
crazy.
no. Yeah.
Dune
There are some
Awakening,
days.
Tales of the
one
Shire,
I don't wanna
The
become
Altars,
the
and Death
more
Stranding
like
2
is,
all happening in the same
Hermaeus
month.
Mora.
Like, where do I?
That would also be terrifying.
How do I sleep?
Yeah,
Where do I
and Mel
sleep?
Blanc
When do I
used to
sleep?
look at
Like,
the photographs of the characters that he was doing, and would base them on that. Like Socia Shergala from Morrowind, I saw him. So every one of the Bretons seemed like an old bald guy with a goatee. But you look at Hermaeus Mora and you're like, 1,000,000 eyeballs and 1,000,000 tentacles. What does that sound like? And you know, I worked with D.B. Cooper as the director for the ESO, and we had to do some adaptation because he was very slow and ponderous in some of the earlier games, and with clips and lisps and clicks and all this. But I adapted it but kept it the same as well. And the explanation that I come up with, why does he sound a little bit different? Where on Hermaeus Mora do you see a mouth?
I don't even want to know where the mouth is, honestly.
I know. I think you're hearing him telepathically. And just like with every telepathic thing, you may have a better receptor to hear than another character would have.
Yeah, that makes
Some
sense.
people would have a less sensory perception, and so it might be a little more muddled. It might be a little more clicky, might be a little draggy, because that is how your extrasensory perception of their voice is. However, if you're a little stronger and you've got a little bit more going for you in that regard.
By the way, let's go check the
suddenly
download.
It's a little clearer.
It's down to 4
It's like
hours
the
and
difference
34 minutes
between
now,
the
so it's still
Beatles,
coming down.
Listening to Helter Skelter on vinyl.
So we'll see. It'll
then
probably,
later
to be
on,
honest with you,
CD. Oh,
if
it's
if
almost
I'm lucky,
quicker.
it'll be done downloading by the
Ransome's
time I
like,
get back from physical
I
therapy.
wasn't meant to kill
I'm
anybody
done
after
with the Dune
all.
Awakening preview build.
So
I
yeah.
could actually come back and
Okay.
play this afternoon, assuming the download is done.
Long answer, but
Otherwise, I'll start tomorrow
Perfect
morning
answer.
bright and
I
early.
love
We'll start.
doing it.
We're gonna.
And I know
We're
you
gonna.
don't have
We're gonna.
necessarily a favorite character.
I have
since they
to.
are
You know, at this
children, but
point,
do you
it's
have a
like
favorite line that you've done, or at least like maybe a handful of lines.
I
that you've
do love.
I haven't played the game in 20 years.
You know, Lucian Lachance
Shadow dropping.
does say, "I don't spread rumors, dear child. I create them." And
I still
the
can't
only
believe
thing
they
that
shadow
bugs me is
dropped
when
it. That
Knights of
was
the Nine
took
came
me by
in,
surprise.
you're
I was
talking
not
to Lucian, and you ask him
anticipating
about
that.
rumors, and he goes, "I heard there's a prophet down
Yeah,
there."
exactly. There's so many people
No!
downloading it right now. It's gonna.
No, Lucian, come on, man.
This is what time did to him. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I do love some of those lines. The cheese line really took off. I mean, the cheese for everyone.
I mean, I got you the sign specifically.
I know. Look at that, cheese for everyone. It was just a couple of lines in the middle of Oblivion, and it took off and had a life of its own.
I mean, who doesn't love cheese? Though,
Everybody
for real?
loves
like,
cheese.
if somebody said it to me, I'd be really happy.
Yeah. I went to Amsterdam with the ESO crew and went to a cheese shop, bought a bunch of cheese, and took a picture out there, and everybody was just like, "Well, there he is in his natural habitat. Cheese." And there wasn't enough for everyone. Sorry.
That would have been a lot of cheese. You probably would have you had to ransack the whole shop.
You got to go through customs.
It's difficult. Nobody wants to deal with that.
Yeah. How much cheese do you think you're going to eat, sir?
Enough.
Enough cheese. Is there ever enough?
There's never enough cheese.
No, we're still in the Shivering Isles, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we're going to traipse around the Shivering Isles for a little while.
And look at some of the faces and the hair, so much more defined.
And this is something that does come in the remastered. You get all of the DLC with it.
I never played the
that's
DLC,
great.
so
Yeah,
that'll be an
so
interesting
the full
journey to
package.
take.
See, at Knights of the Nine,
Mm-hmm.
you know, Pelin the White Strake. I was Pelin, but you know, it's one of the ones that people don't think about. What's the guy's name? Begins with a U. Lives in a cave. You get the staff of Sheogorath from him later.
I'm looking at my friends off camera.
I forgot that I'd done the character.
Oh, really?
And I'm playing.
I guess when you
playing
do
the
so
game.
many, it probably is just like kind of blurs together unless it's something like really big, right?
Some of them really stand out. They're much bigger, but I was the torturer. I was the guy as the Hermes Columbus, the suicidal guy.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all fun roles to play. But
The funny
love
thing is, I
how
think it was
the
about 3 or 4 months
suicidal
back
guy
we did that
is
discussion on
begging you to kill him,
remasters and
he's like,
remakes,
"What
and
are
I
you
said that
doing?"
I don't normally go in for remasters and remakes because I
but
prefer to
all
play
the
new
voices in
IPs,
this are the
and then
same,
they
so we
come
get
out
to
with
hear
2 fucking
this fellow
remasters
right here, yeah?
and remakes within
Yep.
the same month
Craig
that I'm
Sackler
gonna
is the,
dive into,
adoring
which is the Days
fan.
Gone remake and Oblivion
seeing
remake.
one
I
of
So
didn't murder him,
those-
I swear. I mean,
just
not yet anyway.
makes me
but-
close my eyes and shake my
Did
head
I?
and go,
Yeah,
Jesus.
in tribute to
I
Craig.
wouldn't. If there were more new releases happening right now, I wouldn't. But the only new
Lovely,
release I
it's
have right now is
lovely.
Expedition
Like a
33
rock star.
until Doom: The
Should I
Dark
just keep this
Ages
on the whole time?
in the
Man,
middle
you got to do that
of
lockpick quick. I remember we did
May.
an Oblivion stream
That's a little different,
couple
isn't
years
it?
ago, and it was like torture watching my friend try to do the lockpick and just failing every single time. But yeah,
Man, I gotta think hard
same.
and heavy about what I'm gonna
Watching someone
play when I
a
get
game
back
is
this
fun,
afternoon.
like
I don't know
this,
what
when
I
you're
want to
battling
play.
Skeletons, when it takes them an hour to pick a lock, and they're saving and going back again and again and again. It's like, call me.
It's
wake
funny at
me up.
first, and that was a live stream too. So it was funny at
Oh, no.
first, but then it's just like, okay, all right.
I've always played
all
a
right, and then
rogue
stream's over,
in the
rage
Elder
quit,
Scrolls
you
games.
know.
Always.
The live stream.
So can you tell us anything about your first interaction with Bethesda Game Studios, like how you started with the team here?
My first game was Morrowind, and I went. We were recording at a place called Absolute Pitch in D.C. A fellow by the name of Chip Ellinghouse was recording us, but my director was Todd Howard. Yeah, and we sat there and went through all the different.
It's down to
characters
2
and
hours for me on the
Bretons
Xbox, guys.
different,
So I'm just gonna actually turn the
Daedric
Xbox off behind
gods
the scenes here, and
some
it'll definitely be
orcs,
done by the time I get back
all
from
sorts
physical
of things.
therapy.
We're having a
So
good time.
expect me to
I
be
do
back
remember
after my
going down
PT
to
today
Oblivion and getting
and playing.
taking a break and getting a chocolate croissant and just chatting, walking. And the thing is, Todd's always been very passionate about these games. You know, that's the thing that people do. I don't think people realize just how deeply enmeshed into the game world he is. I mean, the old top-down turn-based type games, the board games, things of that sort, and to bring the spirit of those into these worlds. And, you know, Morrowind was kind of a real departure for the Elder Scrolls, which had been much less graphically robust.
That was a nice way of putting it.
Yeah. And,
it's retro. Don't worry about it.
yeah. And the voice acting was very sparse then. It wasn't even that much more in Morrowind, but what was there was really fun and really good to do. And I started playing that game, getting 700 hours in. You know how it goes. You think, I'm going to play for half an hour before bed, and the next thing you know, birds are chirping outside, your day is toast.
What day is it?
And you go to sleep and dream in that world. Which was interesting because I had not had the experience of I've done some games and things of that sort. I played.
I love the loading screens. All of this gameplay footage they're showing looks really cool, by the way.
People dying in 500 different ways.
Oh my gosh.
I was basically the equivalent of a Wilhelm scream. And this one I really wanted to play, and I got into it, and I started dreaming.
I'm gonna do a like a ranger. I'm gonna do like a rogue archer build, probably. Again, I love like the ranger rogue archer builds in Elder Scrolls games.
Now,
So
maybe in Oblivion I didn't see any silt striders.
probably
I
a wood
know,
elf.
Boots of that would help me fly from one end to the other. Thank God there were no cliff racers.
You mean you don't want to hear the screaming sounds of the cliff racer as you close your eyes and try to sleep?
Yeah, Salty Crow. What an interesting surprise. Yeah, Sherrard. Bethesda's dead as a company. Where are the grifter bots now? They're over in the corner giving Todd a reach around. That's where all the grifters are right
And
now.
I lived in that world because I lived in the world when I was playing the game.
Luke
And I
Stevens has got
discovered
his
something.
Todd Howard
The
candle
more you play the
illuminating
games,
his
the more
knee pad
immersive
situation.
your performance can become because you know the
I
world
got
not
it. Sorry, that's probably a little crude, but I
like
just
everybody else is going to know.
I can't
The
wait to
games
hear
become
how the grifters
like
spin
almost
this
virtual
to
reality
be somehow
sucked
proof that
into
Bethesda is failing.
These worlds become sometimes even
Oh,
more real
man.
than your own world. I was able to take, I started working with Mark Lampert, and he was like, with the Imperial Guards, let's go less what you were doing with the Bretons. I want you just to give me, these guys are full of testosterone. And we found the voice that we wanted for that. And so the Imperial Guards are the first ones that I did. But then I started doing some of the other characters.
There were more than
I'm
500,000
really
people
proud that
watching
Lucien Lachance
the
was one of the first
YouTube and
voices
Twitch
that
streams.
ever
This
broke
game
through
is gonna.
the voice class system.
Yeah.
I
for the
guarantee
Elder
you this is gonna
And by
this
the
is gonna
time
have
Shivering
like
Isles
10
came
million people playing it over the
we
next
had
week.
a bunch of different voices suddenly. It really changed things a lot.
That's it, Sherrard. That's exactly
so
what they're gonna say. Bethesda's
watching
dead.
grow
The only way
and
they can
bring
have
these
success
things
is
and
by
be able
going
to
back in
perform
time and
alongside
reinventing
folks
the old
like
games
Linda
that were
Carter,
actually
who's been
good because the
released,
new
you know.
games they have suck.
Our party for Oblivion, a lot of the big game parties have been pretty crazy at different places. Oblivion, in a way, was kind of a lot more sedate, but still was big at the time. We went on like
The good
this
news is
one
today
cruise
is my
ship
last
on,
day
the
of
Potomac,
electrotherapy and
where they
physical
had dinner.
therapy, which
And
is an
we're all
hour-long
out there
session.
and hanging
So
out
I have
and,
4 more
eating
sessions, 2
dinner,
more
going up
weeks
top,
of just
recreating
physical therapy,
Titanic
and then I
scenes
think
on
I'm
the edge of
done.
the boat.
As you do.
So
as one
my
does,
sessions will be
yeah.
shorter the following
And
Tuesdays
it
and
was so
Thursdays
fun
after
getting a
today.
chance
So
to see, and talk with
we'll be able
Linda
to get
Carter, who
longer
it turns
streams
out
in
is
and
also
a shorter
a
break in between the
huge
streams.
Washington Capitals fan.
Starfield is a great
Also a
game,
win.
Mika.
Yeah. And that the capital stuff came into play. Because when I started doing the
I am
arena
Phantom
announcer,
X. Thank you very much. Still having issues, but
I'd been
a lot of
doing
progress. So
the capitals for about, I guess we started recording this, what, in 2003? So I'd been the arena announcer for about 3 years. And I was learning who I was and doing things.
I have a very militant physical therapist now, though. The original guy, they shifted everybody around,
you know, kind of what you're
and
doing
the
with
lady I
capital,
have
like,
now, she's
on
not even.
steroids,
She's a young. She's in her 20s, and she's very
gladiators.
militant.
Okay. So I brought that oomph.
Si no
unleashed
duele,
that fury. Yeah.
no va a curar
Good
nada.
people of the city
Tienes
of
que sentir el dolor de la
welcome
terapia.
to the arena.
Si no sientes el dolor en la terapia,
I started
nunca va
taking
a
some of
curar su pierna.
that
Entonces, aguántate,
that I did
aguántate,
with
aguántate.
Oblivion and bringing it to the capitals. And the two of them began to merge together until I became sort of over the top with people going, you're not old school, you're not classic, you're just a rebel punk is what you are. I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. So I'm a rebel punk, but I'm out there unleashing fury.
How many people are watching this, by the way, still? Because I know now we're in the gameplay reveal, and
a lot of the
yeah, see, it
development
dropped
into
way
that started
down. There
with
was like
Oblivion.
500,000 people just on YouTube, and it's down
What's
to
really
100,000 now because everybody's
weird
gone
is
off to
that I've
download
been
it.
doing that now for 25 years
play
for
it.
the capitals. And in that time, as other people retired and left the job, all the people who are out there saying, you're not old school, you're not traditional, started replacing the old school and traditional guys with people who sounded like me and were doing the things I did. So 25 years later, guess what? I'm old school, doing what I did when I was a young punk. So, you know, thank you, Oblivion. Thank you, Mark, for helping change how I do things, you know, and that's the thing. Over this period of time that we've
I'm
done
really
these
interested to
games,
see
over
because
this period of
I
time
got
that we've
exceptional. Like
worked with all
Starfield is
these
still one
different
of my
characters, I'm
biggest
constantly
stream
learning
games. Like
and
I get great
constantly
traffic every time I
growing
do
and
Starfield.
constantly
I'm very
grateful
interested to
for
see
the
what the stream numbers are going to be
opportunity to
like. The
bring new
afternoon
characters
slots
to
are not
life,
my
like,
big slots. I because I have
Johannes in the
I have
Goat
an
Road,
international audience with a lot of Europeans and Australians who
very
don't
emotional.
necessarily
It was
get
a
to
very
watch the
emotional
afternoon
piece, and I
sessions
was
when I do
able
them,
to,
but they
as a
like we
parent,
always have
everybody
double
has
the numbers
regrets,
when I stream in the mornings
you know,
because that's
no
when I
matter how
have my
good a job
international
you've done,
audience.
you
So I'm
have
very interested to
regrets.
see what the stream numbers are going to be like
And
this
I
afternoon
channeled
versus
that
what they're
into
going to be
this
like tomorrow
character
morning.
who,
Because this is going to
died
be a hot topic
and
over
left
the next few
things
days.
unsaid and undone with his son, and is given a chance through, you know, the magic of this world.
Today's
and,
Wednesday, right?
Emmaus and all sorts
Tuesday.
of things,
So
to
I
be able
get
to come
today
back and
all
try
day
to
tomorrow
make
to stream
amends.
Oblivion. Then Thursday we'll
And
start
it's
Expedition
hugely
33
emotional
and we'll
for me.
balance these two.
Especially since you
That's
say you put so much of yourself into the
Yeah.
characters
Gotta be
you're
busy.
doing.
And after we were done and I was working with DB,
Didn't you hear, Hector? If this game doesn't see if they don't make $150 million off of this game, Bethesda's going to go out of business.
You know, but
that's just how this works. Like
I see something after the game comes out. Somebody has a photograph of some dog looking really sad in the back seat, going, "Who is the actor for Johannes Verlaine? They just killed me." And I'm like, "Yes,
nailed it."
Because if you don't feel it,
there you
they
go,
don't feel
Michael.
it. And I'm a fan of the games. I'm a fan of the worlds. I'm a fan of every one of my characters. Even the bad ones have their reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can get into that, and if you can feel
I'm supposed to be
that,
getting ready
and
for my physical
I
therapy.
can make it real for me, then maybe
If
I'm
they don't
making it
stop
real for
soon, I'm gonna
somebody
have to
else,
wrap it up
and it
anyway because I
becomes
gotta
immersive
go
for
do
them,
stuff.
so-
I still got chores I gotta do.
Say without question.
Yeah.
Well, speaking to that point, what do you hope that players experience or feel from the characters that you portrayed in Oblivion? Who may be experiencing it for the first time?
Yeah.
Oh, the
maybe
moment
they
I
are
cut the
returning to it
video
and
out,
having played
Hector,
the
about
previous
how,
version of Oblivion.
and I
I
did say
think
at the
that,
end of the announcement, I was like, well, I'll be
it makes
damned. I
me
did not
very
expect them to
happy
shadow
that
launch
these
today. I'm gonna
characters are
have
gonna
all
get a
sorts of
second
grifter bots
chance.
jumping down my throat.
The Imperial Guards.
You were wrong.
You know,
You were wrong. Everybody else is
even
right.
in the strength of
The leaks were right.
Everyone took an arrow to the knee. You know,
It's never official until
even
Bethesda makes it
with that
official, so
coming
I
around,
really don't
people
give a
still
shit if
remember
the
the
leaks
Imperial Guards of
proved
Oblivion.
to be
Oh,
accurate
yeah.
or not.
You know,
I don't base my life
I would
around
say I
leaks.
see
I
them
base my life
probably
around what do the
second or
game
third
companies
most
actually produce.
Yeah.
all Elder Scrolls titles, right?
But
I'm looking
they're
at,
going to come out of the woodwork and
Jess
slaughter
over
me.
Here. Another Jess.
They jump scared me all.
Downvote my video.
I've got core memories that I reacted because they would spot me stealing something, and yeah.
Well, I scared myself once playing the game. Oblivion, I'm up in one of the towers, and one of the
Even a
Oblivion
broken clock
gates,
is right twice a
and I
day?
do
Exactly, bro.
The Dremora, the Daedric warriors, that suddenly pop up and fight and battle in the middle of Oblivion. And it's the middle of the night. I'm walking up a winding staircase, and suddenly I come out. Sorry, Finn. Sorry, Finn. And I
like, I didn't sign up for this.
I jumped, and I'm like, holy hell, I just scared myself.
Well, I was going to ask, do you find that you can disconnect from the characters that you've done and your voice in the game when you're playing as a player?
Yeah, you know, the thing is, when I'm playing the games, I am the character that I'm, you know, I'm with the controller, that's me, right?
Yeah.
And then I'll listen to hear if the voice is immersive or if it stands out, if it didn't work. If it worked and it's fine, I'll let it go and I'll just enjoy the environment. That being said, there's something about people who are like, well, what do you play as? I'm like, I play as an Imperial. And they're like, every time? I said, yes, yes.
That was going to be a question.
Well, yeah. I mean, if I'm going to be out there and I've got a big broadsword and I'm battling going, yeah, it's my voice. I'm the one who's actually doing the battle.
That makes sense.
As the Imperial, there's something kind of meta about that.
Yeah, totally. Don't look at the screen, Finn.
Oh, man.
You're like a skinned hound.
Yeah, you're not a skin hound. You're a furry hound.
Sorry, Finn.
Yes, you are.
So if you, as yourself, as Wes Johnson, were to be in Cyrodiil, who do you think you would be? Would you be like an adventurer or an alchemist or a sneaky archer?
Well, that's the thing,
Probably
Sharran.
an
They kept moving the
adventurer.
goalposts
I
back
was
so many
always
times.
the
What
big
about the
sword
50
guy.
times they were wrong over
You
the
know,
last 6
I mean,
months about it's coming next
going
week,
out
guys?
and doing
I mean,
stealth
we've been
and climbing
joking about
the
that on
trees,
stream
hitting
for like
people with
4
a bow
months
and
now,
arrow from
5
a
months
distance
now.
is
Every
kinda fun
month, it's like every
occasionally.
2 weeks
But
they come
let's
up with
be
a new
honest,
date
we play this game
that it's
because
supposedly
we have
coming
had a
out, and they
bad
were
day and we want
finally
to take a broadsword and chop somebody up.
finally got it.
You know, and
Even this
and
German
not
old
go
That
to
tree
jail
mob
for
looks
it.
really cool,
Yeah.
by the way.
Oh, look at that!
Which
Yeah,
is terrifying, by the way.
yeah, big flame.
Man, that's
Another
making me
ghost
want
show.
to
Those
pull out
are
a katana build.
scary, and the liches. And
I'm just gonna say that while I'm very excited to play this myself, I'm so glad that I have to do it on here because I would be really sucking trying to multitask.
I do love the running around, getting involved in things. Now, I know I'm not the only one that at the end of a big session, I save and decide to murder the entire town.
Yeah, totally.
Gotta
That's
kill
just what
everybody in town.
It is always important to save, especially for reasons like this. Pro
And
tips.
then you come back after you've murdered pretty much everybody, and you go back to that original save. Don't they somewhat be like,
That was
I'm
just
feeling a little
in
uneasy
your head
suddenly.
what your character was doing, and then it
Yeah.
goes back and snaps back into reality.
I think all the Dark Brotherhood quests are so cool. The party is a very good one, where you have to go around the party and knock a bunch of people off, and they don't know it's you. I mean, who's not had that experience?
The amount of diversity and range in the types of quests that are in Oblivion and stories that you hear are definitely exciting, and you can't wait for people to experience those or re-experience them.
So when you
Sorry, guys, I had to step away and
Oblivion,
check in with Chris.
Initially, what stuck out
Wrapping
for
up
you?
her chores, getting ready to take a shower.
Just, I mean, the vastness of the world, like how expansive it was and how beautiful it was. I'm one of those people that plays.
I got about 15 minutes
where
max. If they don't wrap
there's
this
a
up in
quest
15
marker,
minutes, I do
I'm
gotta
just gonna go
bail
another
before.
direction. I like, oh, what's over here? Oh, what's over here? And just the amount of surprise and gifts that keep on giving in terms of the world building of Oblivion just was like, it blew my mind.
There you go,
I started
Mika.
with
Have
Fallout
fun.
3 for Bethesda Game Studios titles.
Yeah.
So I was like not expecting to, I mean, I knew it wasn't Fallout, but I was not expecting to jump in and be like, oh, this is like completely vibrant and different.
Right,
and
right.
Yeah,
exciting.
Thandar.
So I just loved that. And
I get to eat
guilty
crow
about
about the
what
shadow
goes
drop
down.
because I did
I
not
personally feel
think
I owe
that
an
was a
apology
legit
to
thing.
Patrick Stewart.
I could have sworn
I've been in,
they were gonna announce a
I've been in
release date
couple
with a
games
pre-order,
Patrick Stewart and
and
haven't met him once. Got
then they
this
just said
close
nope
at
today, and I just
Southern
went, well,
Place
fuck. Now I'm
Gourmet
gonna rearrange
in,
my whole schedule.
In DC, someone's like, Patrick Stewart's downstairs ordering a sandwich. I'm like, Patrick Stewart eats sandwiches. We have that in common. I eat sandwiches. And by the time I got down there, this place that is notoriously slow at putting out sandwiches got his lickety split, and he was gone.
Oh man, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Here you go, Wes.
Oh my
The
goodness!
grand
Look
reveal.
at that. Oh, well, look at the hair. It looks like I've been using a little Grecian formula.
So what do you think now, almost 20 years later, seeing this take on Sheo?
I've always loved this Sheo. I've loved this outfit. He looks a little bored.
I think he's just
Oh, I'll
he's just not
definitely
bad
get eaten
enough
alive
He'll get
later
there.
today,
Oh,
sure.
I saw,
The
let's
moment
see
I go clip
expression
that
changing
announcement video
slightly.
out that it's coming today, I'm gonna get shredded by the trolls.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's part of the job.
But I think he looks a little bit more like me. Here I've been mantling him all
Definitely.
along, and now he's mantling the old me.
Definitely the facial hair. You need to get in on like the golden eyes, so.
Well, I have those contacts for when I go out to cons and things of that sort. After about an hour, they feel like little clay pigeons on my eyeballs.
I can imagine it was probably not very comfortable.
But they're great for staring contests. People don't want to continue to look you in the eye.
Oh yeah, I can imagine it's just like darting away and it's like I can see you now
Yeah.
looking at me right in the eye.
Yeah.
What advice do you have for anybody that would potentially want to get into voice acting or pursue a career in voice acting?
I would say first things first, get yourself a recorder, whether it's a handheld recorder, something, we have them all on our phones now. You can build yourself a studio pretty quickly and easily, but you got to work on the dead sound. But just the handheld recorder, get some dialogue and start reading this dialogue. And when I say read, I don't mean read, because it sounds like you're
Babylonia
reading,
is
you've taken
sending me
somebody out
messages
of
on
it.
Discord freaking out right now.
If it sounds like you're acting, you take somebody out of it. I need you to just become. Look at those lines and remember that your job is not just to read what's on the paper. It's to bring it to life. And voice acting also includes breathing, sighing, laughing. Make it natural. Bring emotion to it. Try different things. I do a class through a theater lab of teaching.
Somebody just
video
posted
game
a
voice
picture of a
acting.
plate of crow
And
in my
that's one of
Discord.
the things I work with people on.
That's in
is
my
you
that's in
listen
my
to the story,
Discord.
You record the stuff.
I'm
and
being
let it
told
sit
to go
for
eat
2
crow.
days.
Yeah, Patrick
Because
Stewart
when
is
you're
in this
recording
game.
or in the
Sean Bean
moment,
as well.
Ideally, you're 100% in character and you're not thinking about all these things. If you give yourself 2 days distance, you can listen to it a little more objectively.
Yeah.
And then you say to yourself, that's when your director comes in, or your technical director. Never while you're performing.
Oh, that was User
You're
Anthem?
listening back
Oh,
to
I
it 2
didn't see
days
who it
later and
was.
you go,
I
"Okay,
just saw
could've
your
done this, could've
message
done
on
that,"
Twitch.
Because you're not just training your voice. You're training your ear. And
Sean Bean
that's
plays the guy
hugely
you
important.
meet when you go up into the.
In
Fuck, it's been so long since I played.
To succeed at something,
You go up into
you
like
gotta
the
do it.
monastery or somewhere.
And so
I don't really
tell
remember.
people
It's
in my
been so
class,
long. It's
and
been
this is their
20
homework
years ago.
assignment every week,
Martin.
and they
Yeah,
get
that's the name of
something,
the
or
character.
They get little lines and things of that sort to work on, and we discuss it. And what did they hear? What are they doing? And I don't ever listen to it. I want them to listen to it. And then
So,
we discuss
guys,
what
this is
they've done.
nuts. So, just a quick, as they're finishing up here.
Because
So,
when that 6-week course
it's
is over,
going to be a crazy next
whose
couple of months for
counselor
me
are they
because
going
here's
to
the
be
thing.
leaning on? Their own.
So right now,
And
we're doing
you
Oblivion
wanna-
this afternoon and tomorrow.
people
Then we've
who
got Expedition
were not
33.
really
We've got the
serious
Days
about
Gone
it, stop.
remaster.
Yeah.
We've got
The people who were serious about it continue to
those
do
3
those
things are
recordings,
happening
continue to
this
do something
weekend,
knowing that every time you go
right?
out for an audition,
On
you look
top
at
of that,
places like
I can't give you
on
the
Reddit,
exact
they
date
have
yet, but I
casting
can
call
say in the
club
next few
where you
days,
can go in.
I'm
and
allowed to
maybe
start
get yourself a
publishing my
job doing mods.
my Dune
And,
Awakening
you know,
footage.
It's important.
And
First
I
of
can
all, if
announce
you do a
the
mod and you do it
dates
well, you're
for
gonna
the
have stuff that you
Dune
can use in your
Awakening
demo.
open beta, which is
Also,
happening
these
in
people are
May. And then we have
up-and-comers
Doom:
in
The
the
Dark
industry.
Ages. And then we have
And
the
word
Star
of
Wars
mouth
DLC
is
in
very
May.
important.
And then in June, we've
So
got
if you can start on a ground level with somebody who's starting out and they begin
the Dune Awakening
to know
launch.
you and
We've got
trust you,
the Altars. We've got Tales of the
and
Shire.
you
We've got Death Stranding
grow
2.
and learn together.
I'm just going to have to tell my wife
That's
that
the best.
I just need to stock up on coffee the next couple of
So
months.
I would say, if you want to do it, and make that part of your job is going out there and looking for auditions. You can look on Backstage. You can look at Actors Access. If you're in the DC area, there's a thing called DragonUpConnects.com that shows free auditions. And then
Yeah,
go to
this weekend
Casting Call
it's going to be
Club
nuts, guys. I have so much content coming
online.
out this weekend.
If you do take my course, we have a Discord group, and it's just full of my alumni, and they all share.
I'm sure everybody is really helpful. And
They help each other,
with their experiences.
and that's the thing. Work with people.
Oh man,
who have
so
worked.
I'm gonna have to.
Not with
Yeah,
people
we've
who are
got.
like,
I'm gonna have
"Oh,
to
I could
sneak
do
in
it."
a launch
Wanted
day
to.
session of the Days
And
Gone
if I really
release, just
wanted
to
I'd
have
be
it there
better
so that
than
people are
anybody
aware that
else.
I'm doing a
Have you been
playthrough.
doing anything about it?
Um,
No, but someone will offer me a job eventually. Now you got to chase everything.
Monster
down.
Energy drinks.
You got to do it because you love it. That's it. Nobody's getting rich doing this, but you have to love it.
Yeah.
Oh, and God help me, Jess, I love it.
Great life advice.
Yeah, that is just great life advice. You heard it. Do it.
All right, wrap it up, kids.
young
I gotta go to
Ballard's
physical
not gonna get
therapy,
any
and I
older.
still gotta go clip videos
then
out
you
so I
can
get it on
immortalize
YouTube while I'm
yourself
at
forever in a
PT.
video game.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Multiple characters, like Wes, if you're lucky.
And to see this come back all these years later, and it's going to be, I think this is going to be huge. I think people are just
Oh, it's
gonna love
already
it
huge.
all over again.
Well, they don't have to wait much longer because it is available today.
Go get it.
Go get it. Go download it. It's
already downloaded,
on
kids.
Xbox Series X, NES, and day one on Game Pass. It is also on PC and PlayStation 5. So.
And I don't know what you're waiting for. You're sitting around. It's not going to just drop into your lap. Go find it. Go get it.
I got
Or
nothing to
I'll
add to
come
that.
Get you.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much, Wes. And Finn.
Finn?
You're an excellent co-host, Finn.
Finn, say bye-bye to all the peoples. Bye.
All right, everybody. So that's a wrap on this. They're gonna show the trailer again here.
I was born 87 years ago.
This is downloading. I gotta go to physical therapy.
But for all these
When I get
years,
back from this physical
I've
therapy,
never
we're gonna
been
be
the
starting this
ruler of
playthrough
my
today.
own
I will probably skip the shower and just go straight into playing this,
This is the
assuming the
27th
download is
of
done.
last
So my PT
The
goes
year
from
of
11.
Akatosh, 432.
It's 10 o'clock right now. My PT goes from 11:15 until
These are the
12:15.
closing days of the third era.
And I'm
the
usually home by
final
like 1
hours
o'clock. So theoretically,
of my
in about
life.
3 hours, I should be back, and we're gonna start the
The
Oblivion
gates of
remaster playthrough on
beyond which
YouTube and
no
Twitch.
waking eye may
But
see.
in the meantime, if you missed any of the stream, I'm about to go clip these things out
This is only the
and get these out on YouTube while I'm at physical
Worse is
therapy,
yet
so
to
that you guys
come.
can be watching stuff that you might have missed while I was while we were streaming. This is a different trailer, by the way.
The time of cleansing draws nigh.
Who now will save us from the coming darkness?
Da, 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 da. Look at that Minotaur!
Here you must find
I'm
your
sorry,
own
buddy. Am
path.
I yelling too loud? I just woke up speaking.
Find him. And close shut the jaws of
Of
Oblivion.
Oblivion. All right, kids. I'll see y'all in a few hours once I get back from PT, and we will get going with our playthrough.